UNECE sull'invecchiamento. In qualità di chair di questa conferenza, assieme ai due vice chair, la ministra del Portogallo Godinho e la ministra dell'Estonia Risalo, sono lieta di aprire il segmento ministeriale dell'evento e di constatare e ringraziare per questo la folta presenza di colleghe e colleghi ministri, viceministri e sottosegretari che provengono dai paesi dell'area UNECE. Desidero ringraziare tutti i ministri, gli esperti e i relatori che sono intervenuti nella giornata di ieri per aver fornito elementi di riflessione estremamente interessanti e finalizzati almeno in parte a informare il dibattito politico delle sessioni odierne. Quella di oggi è una giornata molto importante, non soltanto perché riunisce intorno allo stesso tavolo e finalmente in presenza i governi di quasi tutta l'area UNECE, ma anche perché segna l'adozione della nuova dichiarazione ministeriale sull'invecchiamento a 20 anni dall'adozione del MIPA-RIS. Oggi abbiamo quindi non soltanto la grande opportunità di delineare il cammino dei nostri paesi in tema di politiche per la promozione di un invecchiamento sano e attivo per i prossimi 5 anni, ma soprattutto una responsabilità, quella oggi di proteggere e sostenere con azioni concrete i diritti della componente anziana della nostra società, anche alla luce degli eventi pandemici e dell'invasione dell'Ucraina da parte della Federazione Russa che, come ho già sottolineato nella giornata di ieri, l'Italia condanna fermamente. Care colleghe e colleghi, i diritti umani non sono di parte e per proteggerli e promuoverne l'effettivo godimento, lo strumento più efficace che sempre abbiamo a disposizione è la politica. La politica è infatti la sola dimensione di azione in grado di difendere davvero i valori di democrazia e di libertà, soprattutto per i soggetti più vulnerabili nelle nostre società, e cioè i bambini e gli anziani. La politica, non la violenza, è l'unica possibilità di umanità. L'adozione della dichiarazione ministeriale prevista per questo pomeriggio rappresenta quindi un forte atto di responsabilità a cui tutti noi dovremo dare seguito concretamente per riconoscere finalmente il valore inestimabile del contributo che gli anziani danno alle nostre società e alle nostre famiglie. Non voglio quindi rubare ulteriore tempo ai ministri che seguiranno e quindi auguro a tutti voi, a tutti noi, a tutti i colleghi e partecipanti alla conferenza un buon lavoro e dichiaro aperto il segmento ministeriale. Consentitemi all'inizio di questo segmento di ringraziare il sottosegretario agli affari esteri e alla cooperazione internazionale del governo italiano, Benedetto Della Vedova, per aver accettato l'invito a contribuire a questa conferenza fornendo l'autorevole punto di vista del Ministero degli Esteri sulla questione della tutela e la promozione dei diritti umani delle persone anziane, anche in considerazione del più ampio contesto degli obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibile dell'Agenda 2030. Lascio quindi con grande piacere al sottosegretario Benedetto Della Vedova la parola.
Grazie mille Presidente Bonetti. Vorrei innanzitutto dare il più caloroso benvenuto a tutti voi in occasione di questa seconda giornata ministeriale UNECE sull'invecchiamento. La conferenza è stata fortemente voluta da parte nostra e conferma l'ottima collaborazione instaurata tra il governo italiano.
Our ministry, and it strengthened the cooperation between the UNECE and the Italian government. The future of aging policies is not only a fundamental topic at the core of the action of the UN and of the social agenda of the European Union, but it is also extremely topical. If the 20th century was a century of the record increase in the world population, we still remember the impact of the book titled The Demographic Bomb on 1968. The 21st century runs the risk of becoming known as the century of aging. We are still struggling against the pandemic, and we have a return of war in the heart of Europe, an aggression war in the heart of Europe, with the attempt that was not provoked and not motivated on the part of the Russian Federation to invade Ukraine. We are now witnessing in Europe to a significant development, Never before so many Europeans have lived so long. Since 2018, life expectancy at birth is 78 years for men and 83 years for women. And estimates say that this trend will going to continue. Men who will be born in 2070 may live up until 86 years, and women up to 90 years. This phenomenon may seem to concern only richest countries, but as a perspective, it will affect the entire world. The current demographic trends are a challenge for the whole of the international community, but at the same time, they may also be an opportunity. In the light of such data on aging, today it is necessary to be prepared to respond in the best way possible to the rights and needs of the older people. The first response is that of making a quality leap from the point of view of culture. We must consider aging with different eyes. We must promote the autonomy abilities of older people. We must improve the quality of life of those who are not self-sufficient, and we must also eliminate inequalities, starting by including the older people in societies that are becoming more and more digitalized. The aging of European populations poses new challenges in terms of welfare and health systems. The ratio between active population and inactive population will become more and more burdensome, and the risk is of having a longevity shock. As for Italy, the topic of active aging is a priority. In stating the commitment of Italy to promote a global and constructive dialogue on the rights of older people, we committed during the decade of the UN dedicated to the healthy aging to reach the targets of the Sustainable Development Agenda and to support the International Madrid Plan on Aging, and to implement the European pillar on social rights, which is the main result of the joint efforts within the European Union to achieve the aim of a strong and inclusive social Europe. These commitments were taken at international level, and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the Italian government believe are priorities for these times. We believe that a precious and valuable effort at international level will contribute to promote the fundamental rights of older people, strengthening at the same time the economies of the communities with benefits for all. During the proceedings of the UN Group on Aging, which met in May this year, we supported all UN actions in this respect. And the first stage was the creation of a core group, an informal core group of countries, and Italy is part of that, to identify the gaps and the gaps to be filled in international law when it comes to the rights for the older people, and to identify the corrective measures, especially considering the representatives and the organizations of the civil societies. A commitment on the part of the Foreign Ministry to strengthen the cooperation of Italy on priorities regarding social rights of people during the entire course of life is a constant commitment, and it will only have benefits from the speeches and from the contributions of these 3 days meeting. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful proceedings.
Grazie ancora al sottosegretario Della Vedova, e passo ora la parola al Ministro del Lavoro e delle Politiche Sociali del Governo italiano, l'onorevole Andrea Orlando.
Italian Minister of Labor and Social Policies, Mr. Andrea Orlando. We share some skills for policies on aging, although our tasks are different. I emphasize the choice and the engagement of Italy to focus on solidarity among genders and generations, expressed by Law 32, the Family Act, which is the first reform of family policies in Italy. Family Act implies policies to balance working and private life. They focus on women, on their participation to public life, and education for new generations. Thanks to the Family Act, it is possible to organize all that in a systemic way, emphasizing the solidarity among generations. Thanks to the investments of PNRR and thanks to the support by President Draghi, a cultural change has already started in our country. I thank Mr. Orlando for having accepted our invitation to this conference, and I give him the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Minister Mrs. Elena Bonetti, who chaired this important event. As a Minister of Labour and Social Policies, we support this event. This conference is taking place during a period characterized by a pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That is why multilateral cooperation is an even more precious value. Europe celebrates the 20th anniversary of the implementation of MIPA. During a demographic transition, as Mr. Della Vedova said, it defines an increase of life expectancy free from disabilities. This is an outstanding result. However, if we take into account fertility rate in Europe and in Italy in particular, this transition jeopardize our social model and the sustainability of our economic and productive system. The impact on labor market of the demographic curve has already given some outcomes which change our original coordinates. Italian Constitution acknowledges and promotes the human, cultural, economic, and social value for each individual, regardless disabilities, limits, and restrictions to the autonomy of people. And that is in line with the principles of independence, participation, care, self-determination of UN. During the implementation of Madrid Plan, as for the issues my minister covers, we achieved a lot. The National Report 1822 emphasizes that we achieved the target to encourage a longer life and a professional life as well. So our fight against poverty, against unemployment when you are old, and the support to employment, to lifelong learning, tests for a more flexible transition to retirement, and the link with generations, the widening of welfare, corporate welfare, and the balance between professional life and personal life. Well, these have been all issues that represent our key goals. Retirement, well, as far as retirement is concerned, we should think specifically on this topic, which in my view is a crucial feature of labor market, at least in this part of the world. Family Act, as Minister Mrs. Bonetti said, is an outstanding intervention. But we still have a lot to do to consolidate this approach. For example, we should implement improved approaches to support the relationship between private and public sector. We should support professionalization of a care system. We should give value to older people useful for the transition of powers and skills. We should work against the fragmentation of health policies. We should support long-term care. We should support an integrated approach for migratory policies. Our strategies is in line with the PNRR, the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience. In this plan, a special role is played by old people who are not autonomous, so that they can keep on living at their homes with the required integrated care. To achieve these goals, through the Financial Law 2022, we achieved some goals for social welfare in a homogeneous way at national level. We want to provide equal opportunities to have residential service, home service, as long as possible during the life cycle. In particular, our minister is working on the lack of autonomy through a specific work of a team of experts. We started a negotiation with trade unions to widen up flexibility to the transition from working life to retirement within a national strategy for skills of adults. We work in order to consolidate health and security in working places. Dignity at work, equal opportunities at work are still milestones for an effective and sustainable prolongation of the active professional life. That is why welfare systems should take into account the severe weight of one's individual working life. So we also have to guarantee right retirement, but we should also delay the reduction of personal autonomy. Dear colleagues, cooperation, multilateral cooperation is still a key tool to consolidate on a mutual basis in order to try to adapt our societies, our institutions to today's demographic change. EU plays a key role as well as UN. Italy will keep on working on a positive way within these frameworks. That is why I wish us all a fruitful day, a fruitful exchange of ideas to develop our actions thanks to the comparison among different approaches which are frequently complementary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Ministry Orlando for his hints. We will go into deep through the round table with colleagues from the UNECE region. Now, I will give space to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, who unfortunately was not able to be here. Olga Areyova will witness the commitment of UN for all the agendas of UN region and Natalie.
Distinguished ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's really my great pleasure to deliver you the message to all participants of this ministerial conference sent to you by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Quote, Excellencies, thank you for coming together to focus on the policy dimensions of aging in our societies. At heart, this challenge is rooted in good news. More people in more places are living longer than ever before. Europe is a center of this demographic change. Today, 1 in 6 people across the region are over the age of 65. By 2050, that figure will be 1 in 4. Our task is to address the challenges of longevity and unleash its potentials. We must promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all people at all ages. This is a core pledge of the Sustainable Development Goals and the guiding ambition of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Yet, 20 years since Madrid, we still see deep inequalities in people's experiences in later life. Older people are particularly vulnerable to a range of challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the worsening climate crisis, proliferating conflicts, and growing poverty. Dear friends, we risk sliding backwards. This is unacceptable. I count on the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe's Working Group on Aging to pioneer solutions. Lifelong learning, strong social protection, accessible quality long-term health care, bridging the digital divide, and intergenerational support are essential. Together, let's build more resilient, inclusive, and age-friendly societies for all. Thank you, unquote.
Grazie mille. Proseguiamo quindi con la prossima relatrice in programma.
I now leave the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Diane Kita, the Deputy Executive Director Program of the UNFPA. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, all protocol duly observed. Signora e signori ministri, vi ringrazio per aver organizzato questa conferenza.
Thank you very much for organizing this conference on such an important topic for Europe and the entire world. Thank you very much for the warmest Italian hospitality.
It is a privilege to represent the United Nations Population Fund at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe Ministerial Conference on Aging. Much progress has been made towards the goal of building societies for all ages. The pandemic has challenged most of the progress made so far and has put a stark spotlight on the many older persons not benefiting from economic development and who are often excluded from economic, social, cultural, and political life. COVID-19 has claimed the lives of many older persons, not only because of their age, but also because of the circumstances in which they were living. We need to stand up for their rights, fight age-based discrimination, and integrate them much better in our societies. We simply need to not leave them behind. As we learn to live with COVID-19 and seek a way out of the pandemic, it is urgent that we unfold the MIPA at 20 and celebrate the achievements. I would like to congratulate all member states for their successes. The UN Decade of Healthy Aging is an important step in this direction, and UNFPA is lending its full support to advancing this agenda. One key and important contribution is data, and the current round of censuses provide an excellent opportunity to strengthen the evidence base and to adapt policy to demographic shifts. The second key aspect is changing the narrative about older people. That is exactly one of the primary focus areas of the joint program on aging that we launched with UNECE, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, WHO, and Help Age International. Many countries are worried that population aging will lead to unsustainable fiscal pressure on government, will undermine innovation and productivity growth, and place a large burden on younger persons. With the right investment in people throughout the life course, including in their health and education, people can remain a strong asset for societies well into old age and contribute to second demographic dividend. The Ministerial Conference on Demographic Resilience held last year in Sofia, Bulgaria, is a landmark, and I hope that its outcomes are integrated in the way forward for MIPA. Excellencies, the Madrid Plan of Action remains relevant as a roadmap. We have the right framework and tool, and from what I've heard since yesterday from member states, we do have the political will to accelerate the implementation. The COVID-19 pandemic has served as a wake-up call. The demographic projection speaks for themselves. The time to act is now. We are the older person of tomorrow, if we are lucky. Let's ensure that the older people of today live the life we want to live ourselves when we get there. Let's work towards our common agenda to achieve the SDGs and co-create a world where every older people enjoy a decent, healthy life, contribute to the intergenerational equity, and fulfill their potential. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your contribution. The microphone is not working. We cannot hear. We're going to adopt the Ministerial Declaration on Aging today. The draft of the declaration, after 2 rounds of consultation with member states and the general approval on the part of the majority of the countries, was given to the delegations 2 weeks before the conference. I would now like to invite Mr. Martino, the chair of the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging since 2020, acting as the preparatory committee for the conference, to introduce the main elements of this declaration. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, Mr. Bonetti. Excellencies, dear colleagues, as chair of the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging, it is my honor to introduce to you the main elements of the 2022 Rome Ministerial Declaration, entitled A Sustainable World for All Ages, Joining Forces for Solidarity and Equal Opportunities Throughout Life. The draft text that you have received and that you have in front of you is the result of more than 1 year of discussions, drafting, and informal and formal consultations between member states, together with the representatives of the NGOs and civil society also that have actively contributed to it. The UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging was in charge of negotiating the declaration. The initial draft was developed by a drafting group in the first half of 2021 and reviewed later on by national focal points on aging from member states ahead of the annual meeting of the Standing Working Group in November. 2 full rounds of formal consultations followed between November 2021 and April 2022. It has been a very participated process. The 3 main goals of the Rome Declaration were agreed based on the experiences of the last 5 years, taking into consideration the achievements and emerging challenges since 2017. They were identified as the most pressing priority areas for action for the next 5-year implementation cycle of MIPA-RIS between 2022 and 2027. The 3 goals of the Rome Ministerial Declaration are the following. First one, promoting active and healthy aging throughout life. Second one, ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. And the third one, mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. With the Rome Declaration, ministers acknowledge that significant progress was achieved during the last 5 years in recognizing the potential of older persons, encouraging longer working lives, and ensuring aging with dignity. They highlight in particular the progress made with regard to age-friendly environments and mainstreaming aging. Ministers also stress that there are many challenges ahead of us in relation to social protection, long-term care, or labor market, to mention only a few. More progress is needed in the area of health promotion, older persons' participation in society and policy making, age-friendly environments, intergenerational solidarity, combating ageism, and recognizing the role of older persons in emergency and conflict situations. The impact of the COVID-19 crisis on older persons and the challenges and opportunities highlighted by the pandemic receive special attention in the Rome Declaration. Ministers acknowledge the disproportional negative effects of the pandemic on older persons' health, social connectedness, access to services, and human rights, including their right to dignity, self-determination, freedom of movement, and social participation. They recognize that the pandemic highlighted the importance of solid and inclusive welfare and health systems, the crucial role of civil society, volunteers and family support networks, and the pivotal nature of multilateral cooperation during global crises. With the 2022 Rome Declaration, the ministers of UNECE member states aspire to realize a sustainable world for all ages and pledge to work towards achieving its three main policy goals by 2027. The first goal of promoting active and healthy aging throughout life is a proof of continuity with previous ministerial declarations adopted in Vienna and Lisbon. It demonstrates the continued commitment to advancing active and healthy aging through policies and actions in a range of sectors. At this purpose, ministers specifically pledged to facilitate older persons' participation in policy and decision-making, in social and cultural life, and combat loneliness and social isolation. Invest in health promotion and in the creation of more age-friendly environments. Promote a positive image of aging and older persons, combat ageism, and foster intergenerational dialogue. Protect older persons from violence and abuse. Facilitate the participation of older persons in the labor market. Develop sustainable, inclusive, and equitable pension schemes and ensure adequate pensions. Improve participation in lifelong learning. Promote age-friendly digitalization, products and services, and support innovation for the silver economy. And finally, encourage the establishment of independent bodies to mediate the rights, needs, and interests of older persons. The second goal of the Rome Declaration calls for ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. This is the first time that long-term care and caregivers are accorded such particular attention in a UNECE ministerial declaration. It is a testimony of ministers' recognition of the crucial and increasing importance of long-term care provision in our aging societies. The COVID-19 pandemic has, with no doubt, contributed to this recognition. It also revealed the great dependence of our long-term care systems on the dedication of care professionals, and especially of informal carers and family members. In the second goal of the Rome Declarations, ministers commit to learn from the pandemic and to intensify support to carers and families. Specifically, work towards integrated and person-centered care, which ensures independence, autonomy, and dignity in care, and which focuses on prevention and early intervention. Invest in and improve long-term care systems and prepare for the anticipated increase in demand for long-term care services. Improve the terms of employment and working conditions of health and social care workers, including adequate staffing, and invest in their training. Support informal and family carers by providing advice, relief, and social protection. Ensure the high quality and continuous monitoring of health, social, and long-term care services. Expand protection from neglect and abuse in care. Adopt, update, and implement policies addressing dementia and supporting the caregivers of persons with dementia. And finally, addressing the growing need for adequate palliative care. Finally, the third goal of the Rome Declaration lays out the strategy to follow to achieve all the objectives mentioned before. In this third goal, ministers pledge to mainstream aging to advance a society for all ages. To elaborate more, this is a commitment to developing or strengthening national frameworks for mainstreaming aging and building capacity for implementing them. Coordinating aging-related policies across all levels of government. Developing a participatory stakeholder engagement approach to mainstreaming aging involving all relevant actors, including older persons and their representatives. And finally, enhancing age and gender-sensitive research and the collection of disaggregated data. There is also an important red thread running through all three goals of the Rome Declaration. It is the strong and repeatedly voiced commitment to ensure old persons' full enjoyment of human rights. In a similar vein, ministers stress the importance of achieving gender equality throughout the Declaration. In the final part of the Rome Declaration, ministers express their appreciation for the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging and pledge their further support to its intergovernmental work. They reiterate the important role of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging and its regional implementation strategy, and, quite importantly, ministers entrust the Standing Working Group with the task of updating the regional implementation strategy and exploring the possibility of also updating MIPA to adapt aging policies to economic, social, and digital transition and emerging challenges. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that yesterday the Bureau met to review the draft declaration and comments received at this point of time. And let me just stress that the delegations have until noon today to suggest any further changes, if absolutely necessary, by informing the Secretariat in writing. Allow me to remind you once again that the draft text went through 2 full rounds of formal consultations and preliminary written consent was received from the majority of member states. To close this presentation of the Rome Declaration, please allow me to thank the national focal points on aging for their engaged participation in drafting this declaration. We hope that this will serve as a solid guide for our efforts towards building a sustainable world for all ages in the next 5 years. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie al dottor Martigno.
Thank you, Mr. Martigno. Before considering the next point in the agenda, I remind the delegations that it is possible to ask for changes or corrections of the very last minute within 12 o'clock of this morning. You have to address to the Secretariat. Thank you. Now it's a pleasure for me to invite Mrs. Edwin Mollenkopf, representing Age Platform Europe, and Kai Lekstering of European Centre for Social Welfare Policy and Research. I give them the floor so that they can present to all of us the joint declaration of the scientific community. Edwin, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you the joint declaration of civil society and scientific research. It is the first time for years that we joined forces to break down silos and joined our efforts to a meaningful policy making. The declaration we present to you now is the result of a joint and participatory process. It is based on contributions of our communities, and it was developed in 3 consultative rounds. So, first of all, I would like to emphasize that this joint declaration has to be seen as complementary with the 2022 Rome Ministerial Declaration. The reason is that the Ministerial Declaration includes important commitments made by member states of the UNECE that we clearly acknowledge. And therefore, they have not been repeated in our declaration. A second reason is that the joint declaration refers to the topics discussed in the Ministerial Declaration and focuses on the topics that need further specification. And because we added topics that were suggested by our communities and that are not sufficiently considered in the Ministerial Declaration. We appreciate, in particular, the human rights-based approach taken, acknowledging the need to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights by older persons. The life course perspective needed to tackle the social inequalities accumulated over the life course, and the commitment to combating ageism and the perpetuation of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination based on age in all spheres of life. Expanding protection from neglect and abuse in all care settings through the adoption and effective implementation of protection mechanisms. Our main concern is that MIPA is not universally applied and that it has failed to ensure that member states respect, protect, and fulfill the full enjoyment of human rights of older persons. So, issues included in the Ministerial Declaration. You will explain them further.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so as already said, we only underline a few issues in these 3 key issues that are addressed by the Ministerial Declaration. First is that we underline the life course perspective and the human rights-based perspective, but we would like to stress that it is necessary to not only put the responsibility on the individual, but to consider environmental, contextual, and structural preconditions more intensively when implementing the principle of active and healthy aging. By saying so, we have seen on the one hand an increase in inequalities, but we also have to consider the diversity of older persons. So the term inequity is and to address inequities by considering the characteristics of the diversity of older persons needs to be considered and valued in all policy interventions regarding all fields of life and thus respecting the principle of non-discrimination. This also includes the full recognition of unpaid, mainly care work, as key to combating the gender pension gap and female poverty in old age. This also includes older persons' active participation in advocating for their rights, and this should be promoted at all levels and include the empowerment of older persons to execute this political participation. Finally, we must resist the tendency to consider that some physical and mental health conditions are unavoidable part of the normal aging process. Here, a lot of awareness raising is still needed. Second key issue is, as you heard, to ensure equal access to care and support to older persons and their caregivers. Here we advert to the changing family structures, increased mobility, increased urbanization, and other societal changes that make the traditional concepts of care by family members unsustainable and reinforce social exclusion. So the over-reliance of unpaid care work in most member states causes inequalities, as already said, and particularly for women and those retiring from the labor market. So here investment is needed, and this is also expressed in the Ministerial Declaration, but we would like to underline this, including the support of informal care to balance paid work, care, and private life. So care systems must empower people at all stages of their lives and enable their participation and support their autonomy. Regarding mainstreaming aging, we fully embrace this concept, of course, because older persons are an integral and valuable part of society. Their dignity and quality of life are indicators of societal development. So also here we have inequalities between member states in this case. Member states start from different bases, and therefore research and development is needed to support and sustain mutual learning, learning from each other, especially concerning ageism and the awareness of discrimination of older people. Finally, we underline that the related legislation for mainstreaming aging and for supporting the rights of older people has still not been fully implemented in many member states, and therefore we call for the creation also of appropriate structures in member states and at the international level to secure a human rights-based approach when dealing with democratic change and intergenerational solidarity. Thank you.
So now let's see what we think about future topics. Based on the contributions received from our diverse communities, we estimate the following topics as particularly urgent to be dealt with in future policies. And this means also in future MIPA processes. First of all, enhancing awareness of ageism, sexism, racism, and all other forms of discrimination and intersectionality. You see that also these topics have been addressed in the Ministerial Declaration, but in our opinion, these need more strong and decisive action. New inequalities will arise from disparities from increasing impact of digitalization and artificial intelligence, not only on individuals, but on societies in general. In view of the increasing emergencies due to climate changes, due to pandemics, it is necessary to adapt relief operations and related interventions to the rights and needs of older people. And the same applies to military interventions and wars, where the rights and needs of older persons must be respected. In this regard, we would like to express our solidarity with the Ukrainian population. Thank you. Thank you. But in general, ensuring participation of older persons when deciding on their position and autonomy versus forms of protection and care must be respected. And recognizing all types of sentimental relationships must be regarded, and yes, sentimental relationships and sexualities in older age. And we need enabling environments and societies to enable all persons to enjoy the full potential of life. Furthermore, we have to understand how different emerging phenomena will change the conditions and perceptions of old age. This does not only concern the changing family structures. We all know the increasing share of persons without children, the postponed parenthood, the childless, the growing share of persons living alone into very old age with an increasing risk of sensory, physical, or mental impairments. It includes also more globalized and digitized working conditions which change our societies. It means increasing diversity of sexual orientations, of the coexistence of mixed religious and ethnic communities. All this has to be considered in the future. We see social inequality will continue to be a major challenge. Therefore, multidisciplinary and cross-cultural research in combination with the involvement of relevant stakeholders can support the development of effective interventions. Another important topic is the challenges related to migration and aging, both in countries of origin and in receiving countries. A better recognition of the specificity of needs and aspirations of aging in a foreign land in general, and of refugees as well as of migrant carers specifically is needed. To conclude, we conceive the MIPA-RIS process as an opportunity to develop appropriate policies for older persons toward a holistic strategy at national and international levels, together with all partners and countries involved. The topics addressed in the 2022 Ministerial Declaration are crucial for both civil society and scientific research communities as well. We are ready to support the commitments made at the present ministerial conference to ensure that they are fully realized. And to underpin these endeavors, we deem it necessary to create without delay an international, legally binding instrument to substantiate the policy efforts made by member states, such as a UN Convention on the Rights of Older Persons. Thank you. And we hope that these deliberations will be useful for the next phases of the MIPA process. Thank you.
Grazie mille del vostro contributo e di aver presentato una dichiarazione che è estremamente puntuale e, come è stato certificato anche dalla risposta degli applausi,
the audience confirmed by applauding. It is part of the multi-dimension that policies on aging must prove to be in line with the position approved within this ministerial declaration. In line with this presentation, I declare the closure of the first ministerial segment of this conference, and I invite the Executive Vice President and Chief Public Policy Officers to be here. The moderator will be Deborah Whitman, who is actually the Executive Vice President of the USA. She's an economist. She's a great expert of policy-making processes and of USA international research. She's also the spokeswoman and of AARP for retirement and financial security of old people, and also for health, longevity, long-term care, and caregiving. Mrs. Whitman, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Grazie mille. I would like to invite the members of our panel to come up as I give my opening remarks. Given the time, I'm going to start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Whitman, and I serve as the Chief Public Policy Officer at AARP. For over 60 years, we've been the voice of our 38 million members. We're the world's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering Valeria and Lisa from the United Nations for organizing this high-level panel discussion on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm grateful for the distinguished representatives from international organizations, honorable ministers from Italy and Germany, and the esteemed NGO representatives who are here today. Like you, I'm excited to hear what they have to say. To begin, I'd like to offer one overarching point. The COVID-19 pandemic has unmasked long-standing problems for older adults around the world. These were not new, but often they were unseen. So let me give you an analogy. When police investigators examine a crime scene, they use a special powder to identify fingerprints hidden to the naked eye. The powder sticks to the oils caused by our hands, and only then do the ridges and swirls of our fingerprints become visible. The pandemic has done the same for many of the problems older adults have faced for years. And the facts have been horrific. Out of almost 15 million COVID-19 deaths globally, the vast majority have been older adults. So far this year alone, 3/4 of COVID deaths in America have been people over age 65, and more than 9 in 10 have been people 50 and older. Global data also highlight the lack of safety in nursing homes. According to the WHO, in too many countries, more than 40% of COVID-related deaths have occurred in long-term care facilities, even though they contain only a tiny share of the population. Dedicated family members play an even larger role than nursing homes in our system of care, and many of the informal carers have been paying a personal price for their efforts, whether it is financially or even with their health. The pandemic added clarity to this challenge, which is faced by adults of all ages. Due to COVID, family caregivers are spending more time and more money on caregiving and facing growing strains for their efforts. COVID-19 also laid bare the chronic problem of age discrimination, which harms older adults all over the world. Yet age bias remains pervasive. According to the WHO Global Report on Ageism, 1 in 2 people hold ageist attitudes, and we know this information is probably an undercount. And ageism combines with sexism, racism, and ableism, multiplying discrimination that many older adults have faced their entire lives. This leads to a fundamental point. The challenges to healthy aging that COVID unmasked are not spread equally across society. Too often, and for too many, the goal of healthy and secure age is just a fantasy. When you look at populations by income level, educational attainment, employment, race, and ethnicity, the inequalities scream out. Too often, disadvantaged socioeconomic groups lack sufficient access to health care, economic opportunity, housing choice, healthy food, recreation, public services, and a fair system of justice. These supports are vital throughout the course of your lives, because starting in childhood, they influence how we age, both for better or for worse. The other morning, Amal shared with us the differences in life expectancy of 16 years between high-income and low-income countries. Even within my own country, you have those same differences within a city. These social inequities are not new, but the pandemic put them in a harsh spotlight. Privileged sectors of society were spared the economic disruption and greater exposure to COVID, while many low-wage workers were deemed essential. Individuals with broadband access, technology, and access to healthcare had better chances of consulting with their doctors via telehealth. For all these reasons, a meaningful investment in healthy longevity will require many steps, many more than I can describe today. But I'd like to have a few strategic priorities guide all our efforts in today's conversation. As I've tried to stress, we have to combat inequities to achieve healthy aging for all. If we really want to leave no one behind, this must be a priority. We need to reimagine long-term care, services, and supports. Nursing homes, which have suffered devastating losses, need reform and oversight. Consumers should have more choices, especially to age in their homes. And care workers need better training, pay, and career opportunities. Yet it's not just about institutions. Family caregivers hold up the entire system, and they need more support, including financial and respite, to help the loved ones stay independent. And ageism underlies many of the worst choices that were made on who to protect from COVID and where to place resources. So these are a few things that I hope are on the agenda, and I was really pleased to see the declarations by both the Ministerial and civil society address so many of them. But goals and actions are two different things, because as a society, we can do better. In fact, as a society, we must do better, because we can do more. I believe that by joining forces and pursuing these goals together, we can meet this critical moment. And as a longstanding advocate on the rights of older people, we look forward to working with all of you in civil society and government to realize the potential for action that a Convention on the Rights of Older People would provide. I now have the honor of introducing our first speaker to begin what I believe will be a fascinating conversation. Unfortunately, Vice President Dubravka Šuica, who serves as the European Commission Vice President for Democracy and Demography, was pulled away for other important European Commission business and was unable to attend the Ministerial Conference today. However, she has graciously provided her opening remarks via recorded video message. I now kindly ask that the technical staff present Vice President Šuica's video remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to address you today. I believe that addressing demographic change, and in particular the issue of aging, is key to policy making. Demographic change is nothing new. It is part of the history of humankind. But today, the breadth and depth of demographic change brings both challenges and opportunities. The European Commission ensures that demographic concerns are integrated into the development of all our policies, because it significantly affects all aspects of our lives. Tackling demographic change, and especially challenges related to aging, is about ensuring that no one and nowhere is left behind. This very real sensation can lead to a loss of faith in institutions and in democracy itself. Indeed, demography was mentioned by citizens in their recommendations resulting from the Conference on the Future of Europe. The conference proposals call on the European Union institutions to ensure support to people throughout the entire life cycle and to aim at all generations. In this commission, we kicked off our work on demography in 2020 with a report on the impact of demographic change. It was the first of its kind and laid the foundation for the Green Paper on Aging, for our ongoing long-term vision for rural areas, and for our upcoming communication on brain drain and mitigating population decline. Since the launch of the report, we have faced a number of events that are impacting our villages, our regions, and member states. It is time for an update, which we plan to publish in the second half of this year. Under the new light of Brexit, COVID, and the war in Ukraine, it will assess if trends have changed or if the crises have reshaped or confirmed what we anticipated. The megatrend of aging is impacting our entire continent. Aging is not just about growing old. It is about our entire life, because we are aging from the day we are born. The aging of our population calls for a reassessment of investment and policy measures in education, knowledge, and skills. And we know that lifelong learning is most effective when it starts early in life. In fact, evidence shows that access to high-quality early childhood education and care has a lasting effect on achievement in school and beyond. Moreover, acquiring and updating skills throughout life helps people remain employable, helps people to advance professionally and to be more satisfied. Therefore, social cohesion grows. As the importance of lifelong learning grows, we must also make the teaching profession more attractive. We need to invest in continuous teacher education, and we must ensure there is an effective transfer of knowledge between generations. To ensure intergenerational fairness and good living standards for all citizens, young and old, immediate action is required. It will be a priority to adapt social security systems so that they leave no one behind while keeping them fiscally sustainable and ensuring intergenerational solidarity. The pandemic has taught us that our health is our wealth. But the pandemic also laid bare the structural weaknesses of care systems so critical for our aging populations. This is why our thinking and actions on working policies must go hand in hand with a broader approach to formal and informal care, including childcare and long-term care. Under my lead, the Commission will present a European care strategy in September to support women and men in finding the best care and the best work-life balance, and to make the care sector a more attractive place to work. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in this conference we reflect on the achievements of 20 years of the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging and its UNECE Regional Implementation Strategy. We have achieved a lot in this period. However, there is much for us to continue to work together across all generations, and I look forward to our collaboration on this in future. Thank you.
Now it is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Azzopardi Muscat, who serves as the Deputy Director of Country Health Policies and Systems for the Europe Regional Office of the World Health Organization. Prior to joining the WHO, she served as President of the European Public Health Association, where she was actively involved in health advocacy at the European level. I now turn the floor to Dr. Azzopardi Muscat and invite you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you, Deborah. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would first like to start by passing the warmest greetings of our Regional Director for WHO European Region, Dr. Hans Kluge, who I am honored to represent today. And every year in our region, there are more people celebrating their 80th birthday than babies born. In fact, the WHO European region is the region with the highest median age globally. And of course, there is much to celebrate about this. Indeed, before 2020, the recent gains in life expectancy in our region were attributable to better health and lower mortality amongst the oldest age groups. But today we stand at a critical juncture. If we don't take the right actions, these gains can potentially be lost. Recent estimates show us that life expectancy actually fell during the period 2020 to 2021 in 24 out of 30 countries for which data is already available. So we gather here today under somewhat grey skies in spite of the beautiful weather in Rome. This is because the COVID-19 pandemic in our region and globally, although under control, is by no means behind us. And with a war in the midst of our region, which is having a ripple effect in many countries in terms of refugee flows, food shortages, rising inflation, and an increasing pressure on health systems, the challenges we face today are many. The rising costs of living with energy and food prices putting a strain on households across Europe and Central Asia, with an obvious effect on people's ability to pay for and access healthcare. And this is a sounding alarm. I raise these issues today as we gather here because these grey skies are particularly daunting for the older members of our communities who often struggle with limited income and the limited ability to find alternatives. I raise these issues today because we gathered here have the chance to bring back sunlight and optimism and push these clouds away. We all know that COVID-19 has been particularly hard on the health of older people. No one can forget the tragic deaths that swept across long-term care facilities and hospitals, particularly in the first year of the pandemic. But we also know that the pandemic has really challenged the mental health and well-being of older people in our communities. Today, WHO has published our World Mental Health Report, which I invite you to delve into. And this shows that 1 in 8 older persons aged over 70 live mainly with the mental health disorders of depression and anxiety, and an additional 7% with dementia. Of course, the fear of infection and death, isolation and distance, all these realities have taken a serious toll on older people's mental health. But long before the pandemic, we at WHO Euro recognized the crucial impact of protecting people's mental health and made mental health one of our flagship initiatives. And the needs of older people are at the heart of this flagship. The health impact of the cost of living crisis has been real and tangible, and people, including older people, are struggling often to make ends meet. There is some evidence and news media coverage of older persons, even in the wealthier countries in our region, having had to choose between heating their homes or buying food or medicines. We know from our work on health financing that out-of-pocket payments for healthcare, and especially medicines, is a major cause of financial hardship. These payments can push people into poverty or deepen existing poverty. And when health systems fail to provide adequate financial protection, people don't have the money to pay for the medicines they need for their well-being and health. And we encourage all national health financing systems to allow older persons to access the services they need without fear from financial catastrophe. With all this, given that we are here today collectively with our shared interest in brightening the skies, we have seen also an ambitious declaration being put forward, I have 3 asks from all of us. First, to prioritize the health and care needs of older people. This means that access to care and medicines should be a top priority. And together with other UN agencies, we are moving forward with the roadmap for a decade of healthy aging, an ambitious agenda, whereby we seek to work together so that older people can live healthy and prosperous lives. Second, we must protect financing for health in these difficult times. This was a hard-learned lesson during the financial crisis of 2008, where in the European region we know that those countries that were able to maintain health spending and social safety nets were not just able to maintain health outcomes, but also eventually recovered quicker. And we are now in a very similar position, where challenges such as war, energy and fuel crisis are having an impact on health systems. Our call here is not to cut back on health spending, because this places the health and well-being of our populations at risk. And finally, my ask is that people and professionals really build back not better, but fairer. And this means a real commitment to ensuring, A, that older people are not left behind, but also that amongst that demographic, those who are most vulnerable are paid particular attention to. I'm hoping that all of us working together in the spirit of collaboration and partnership, which I know the COVID pandemic has forced us to do better, and this is a welcome silver lining out of the difficult period that we have faced, that together we can really take up these 3 commitments and move them forward. And from WHO's perspective, we look forward to working with all partners, including civil society, to make this a reality. Our European Programme of Work, adopted in 2020, places partnership at the heart of our mandate. And it is in this spirit that I would like to thank our hosts, the government of Italy, and all of you for the thinking and work that has gone into the crafting of this declaration. Rest assured that WHO Europe will be a strong partner for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Undersecretary of State for Health, Pierpaolo Silari, who has served in this position in Italy's Ministry of Health since September 2019. I know you have to leave a little bit early, so we are glad to have you for as long as we can, and I invite you to deliver your intervention.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman, for your introduction, and good morning, and everybody, and thank you so much for being here, and I'm very honored to attend this conference today on behalf of the Minister of Health, Roberto Speranza, who is unable to attend. And I'm particularly pleased that this is hosted in Italy. Eventually, after all the restrictions we had, this means that we are very close to have back our normal life. Our country, where the elderly represents the high percentage, second only to Japan on a global scale, a country that has been hit as first after China and been widely affected by this pandemic, especially during the first wave between February and March 2019. In particular for our older people. Among our deaths, the large majority are people above 50 years, but the large majority are people over 70 years, as everywhere in the world. According to the focus of this panel, I will briefly provide the audience with an overview of the lessons learned from the pandemic and how to move forward to protect our older people, which I rather prefer to refer as our silver economy. I think we need to protect them, and I mean, everyone who spoke before me and will talk after me, I think, will underline this, but consider that in Italy, by 2050, every 100 active workers, we will have 63 people who are retired that should be sustained by the 100 workers still active. Right now, we have 14 million of people who are over 65, and the next 15 years, we will have 4.5 million people more, and on the other hand, the natality is dropping, and we will have 2.5 million people less. I mean, this is a problem that is common in the entire Europe. By 2070, people over 65 will be about 1/3 in the entire Europe, and this will increase by 20% compared to today. So we live more, we work longer, but we need to live better. And I think this is the key issue of what we need to do when we merge health and social welfare. And probably health and social welfare have not been so linked over the past 20 years. I don't think this happened just in Italy, but I think this happened almost everywhere in the West countries. I think we need to change our paradigm regarding what is health. I'm a surgeon, and next year I will finish my political activity, and I will back to my theater to do surgery. And usually we think as health like, the doctor who is curing you for a disease, but this is the end part of a walk that starts much before. And I think the pandemic teaches us how we should change our way to think about health. Especially for our older people. Over time, the long life have assumed an increasing central position in our society. But we are almost every age here, representative of every age. Our life is very well organized when we think about our child, so everything is very well set. So we have nursing, we have school, we have high school, we have university, then we have our job. But if you think what you have after 65, I think we need to reinvent completely our society. We did spend the last maybe 70, 80, 90 years to invent life for when you are born, since you are going to retire. But we need to invent life for what you have to do after you are retired. I think this is the big question that we need to address. And in this answer, obviously health is probably the most important part. Because to do things, you need to stay well, no doubt. Elderly patients have special needs, due not only to clinical condition. Obviously, every one of us who get older and older will increase disease like in a glass of water, and every few years you just add a drop that is a disease. You become more vulnerable. Is more vulnerable who is close to you, your family. And now we are more vulnerable because of the pandemic, because of the economic crisis, because of the war that we are very, very close to us. So we need to reinvent everything around this older person. It's not just a matter of health. So there are a lot of other social determinants: family status, accessibility to care, non-self-sufficiency. And COVID showed us every part of this lacking system, I would say. I will not say just in Italy, I think everywhere in the world. So long-term care and care provided to a home setting should be the future. I will call this as a kilometer zero health system, something that can reach the older person and the family around this person as close as you can to his house. And this is what we are trying to do in Italy with this, using the recovery plan money, but not only the recovery plan money, to rebuild our system, try to reach our older people and their family very, very close to their house, like a primary assistance, a real, pure, effective primary assistance close to our patient. Obviously, telemedicine, innovation, digitalization, et cetera, will help us a lot. But I think this bridge, this gap, will be covered using much better the human resources that we have, starting from the general practitioner to people, to workers that are in the hospital, in the territory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is necessary that in this change that we are planning to, that we are just starting to do in Italy, encourage and strengthen the health in all policy approaches, promoting a better coordination between policies of different sectors, in particular of the health, social and wellness system. You cannot change the health system if you don't change the rest. There is no doubt of this. It is also important to promote initiatives to ensure quality of life, independence, health and well-being, and strengthen the partnership involving relevant stakeholders, also the private sector, also the industry. And the involvement should be done in all the processes, from the education, that I think is the most important part, to the production, consultation, multidisciplinarity, governance, I think, are the main words for this change. And finally, I think it's necessary to support families, providing care to older people and promote intergenerational solidarity. We need to think that our nonni, or our grandfathers and grandmothers, especially in Italy, for example, they account for 20 billion of euros every year as a support for the younger family. This is a unique value that we need to protect. 20 billion euros every year. As a matter of fact, if you don't give this support to this family, to allow these older people to be more active, more productive, I think we will fail by 2050. Support provided to family in relation to care activities should be not only responsibility of the government, but also of the community in general, in view of this solidarity that just I said. Tackling active aging prepares the future generation to face older age in the best possible way. So, thank you.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Federal Minister Lisa Paus, who serves as the Federal Minister of Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth of Germany. She has been a member of the German Parliament since 2009. I now turn the floor over to you and invite you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whitman. It's been a pleasure for me to come to Rome to this UNECE Ministerial Conference marking the 20th anniversary of MIPA and of the adoption of the Regional Implementation Strategy in Berlin in 2002. Let me thank the organizers for this great conference, for the excellent preparation, and my special thanks go to the Italian government, of course. As already was presented, on June 15th, for the first time, civil society and researchers have joined forces in a joint forum and have issued the joint declaration presented this morning. For the federal government of Germany, I will say we welcome their joint declaration. Having research and civil society joined forces adds weight to this declaration. Let me assure you that we will take these recommendations into account for our future work. Demographic change and aging societies are major trends in our societies, in the UNECE region as well as in the entire world. The COVID-19 pandemic has brutally laid open the need for rights-based politics. The virus has threatened older persons' livelihood and has negative effects on their entire life, health and well-being, and these effects still linger on, the pandemic not being over yet. However, we can and need to discuss about lessons learned from this pandemic and join forces for solidarity and equal opportunities throughout life, including to ensure a healthy aging. Not being a Minister of Health, I'd like to draw attention to 5 points beyond the mere health sphere we need to work on in the next couple of years. Firstly, loneliness, including among older persons, has increased during the pandemic. Secondly, the field of care and home care must be further developed. Thirdly, digitalization is absolutely necessary, also for older persons, so no one is left behind. Fourthly, intergenerational solidarity was an important component to overcome the pandemic and is a key to social cohesion. And last but not least, Human rights and the rights of older persons must be ensured in all spheres and all ages of life. And I'm glad that all these topics are part of the Ministerial Declaration that will be adopted later today, setting the benchmark for our work in the next review circle. Let me now elaborate a bit. Loneliness. Never before in history have people worldwide been connected as much and as well to each other as today, yet never before so many persons have felt lonely. Loneliness has a negative impact on the well-being. But not only older persons, also lots of young people report to feel lonely. So loneliness affects the older persons of the future and demonstrates how important a life cycle approach in aging policies is. And my portfolio states that I am the minister of all ages, and I'm well aware of the influence of loneliness on the different age groups and society. This is a topic we need to continue working at. 3 days ago, we held a conference in Berlin dedicated to this topic and discussing from a national as well as from an international perspective what is needed and should be done to improve the situation of lonely persons. Nationally, I have a mandate from the coalition agreement of the German government to develop a strategy against loneliness. The focus should be on preventing and combating the social dimensions of loneliness and thus strengthening social cohesion. We will be working on that task in the next couple of years, but it's too early to present you results today as the strategy against loneliness is not developed yet. But we will build upon already existing programs on loneliness, amongst them the competence network Loneliness. I'm glad that we are funded in this, by means from the European Social Fund. Care sector. Many states, including my own country, Germany, have a lack of professional care workers. Home care, mostly done by relatives and informal carers, is the form or care given to the vast majority of people who need to have long-term care in Germany. However, we should not just take such informal care work for granted. It's a huge burden for the carers who often have to combine work, family, and care. It's a permanent stress situation, day by day, but also night by night. They do this with passion and love, looking after the persons in need, supporting them no matter what special task is given to them, be it dementia, be it a disability, be it physical problems, or be it a palliative situation, for example. And before I'm going to continue, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all the formal and informal carers. Thank you very much for all you do. But, dear colleagues, we know most of these carers are women. They reduce the amount of remunerated work or even stop gainful employment to be able to care for the family members. This means the gender pay gap may become a gender pension gap. So, speaking about the informal care sector also means speaking about gender equality. The coalition parties in Germany, they have agreed on measures giving more time sovereignty to informal carers and to introduce a substitute for lost income, apart from acknowledgement of care periods in the pension system, thus alleviating the burden of informal carers. Next point, digitalization. Another important topic and lesson learned from COVID-19 is the field of digitalization and also the accessibility to digital solutions. I also see a linkage here to the point of loneliness I've talked about earlier, but also to social services and participation in all spheres of life. The best digital services are useless if people cannot access them, lacking devices, necessary skills, and also the infrastructure. I'm deeply convinced that the aspect of lifelong learning should not only cover formal, but also informal parts of learning, so needed for skills development in the fields of digitalization and continuing full participation in life. We established, therefore, the Digital Pact for Old Age to connect the different levels of government, business, science, and civil society to raise awareness among older persons of the potential and opportunities offered by digitalization. And we have set up formats like the Digital Angels, offering low threshold support for everyone. Now I come to intergenerational solidarity. This brings me to this next topic. Societies are built on the base of solidarity and cohesion between the generations. We should neither forget the youngest generation, who suffered from the negative impacts of COVID-19 as well, but in a different way, nor the older generation. And of course, not the generations in between them. Understanding of each other's wishes and needs strengthens our societies and reduces ageism in all its forms. This is what we promote in Germany with the more than 530 so-called multi-generation houses, financially supported in a federal program. But we need also special rights for older persons. COVID-19 has once again impressively demonstrated how important human rights are. But human rights have no expiration date and last until the very end. Age should never be a reason for decisions about life and death, for example, triage. These basics of a human rights-centered and person-centered approach in all policies for senior citizens are irrefutable. MIPA and RIS have been successful instruments to promote these basics in our region as well as worldwide. However, we all know that there have been and still are situations, even in our region, that imperil human rights of older persons as well. And MIPA-RIS could not stop such human rights violations. Human rights are one of the cornerstones of the federal government's international policy on aging as well as our foreign policy. And therefore, I also support the work of the open-ended working group on aging in New York and the discussions to identify possible gaps and how best to address them. We cannot fully implement MIPA without solving deficiencies in human rights, and the OEWGA cannot identify possible gaps without the stock taking that lies within the remit of the MIPA review process. To make it very clear, Germany supports the further implementation of MIPA and IRS, as well as of the Ministerial Declaration we are going to adopt later today. The last 20 years and the COVID-19 pandemic, they have demonstrated that policy approaches are an important part for policymakers, but not the only one. They should, and this is my opinion, go hand in hand with the application or, if needed, drafting of adequate international legally binding instruments. And therefore, I call on Member States to support the work of the open-ended working group of aging in New York. Only international cooperation will bring us forward in the 5 areas I have elaborated on. I hope this UNECE Ministerial Conference on Aging will inspire us to join forces for solidarity and equal opportunities throughout life, to leave no one behind and reach the goal of a sustainable world for all ages. Thank you very much for your attention.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Rodriguez Alcazar, who serves as a board member of the European Youth Forum for the Social and Economic Inclusion of Young People's Portfolio. In addition, from 2018 through 2020, she was an EU Youth Dialogue country leader at the European Commission. I now turn the floor to Ms. Rodriguez Alcazar to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Whitman. Dear Excellencies, dear fellow panelists, dear participants, it's a pleasure for me to be here in this event. And thank you so much for this invitation. The European Youth Forum had also the opportunity 5 years ago to be at the United Nations ECE in a similar event as this one. And we are also delighted, if I may, to share the stage with our colleagues from Age Platform, with whom we actually work a lot tackling this life course approach to tackling ageism, but also building this intergenerational solidarity. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm board member at the European Youth Forum, that is the largest platform of youth organizations in the world. We work in Europe, gathering together the voices of tens of millions of young people across the continent. And our membership represents young people from all the walks in life that face different situations and complex situations and also intersectional discriminations. If you still wonder what is a representative of young people doing in a conference on ageism, I must say that the reply is really, really simple. It's crucial that we are here. It's crucial that you, in your work, take into consideration also young people, because we share a common goal, a common cause, that is tackling ageism and building intergenerational solidarity. As part of the European Year of Youth, in which we are and taking the advantage of speaking today, I would like to draw on the parallel experiences that young people and older people we share as a result of experiencing discrimination on the basis of our age. I must say that, and I also want to highlight, that this discrimination happened clearly in all aspects of our life. I want to call up on decision makers and also the ones that are here present today to take on a more holistic and coordinated approach when it comes to addressing ageism and when it comes to addressing these common challenges that older and young people share. And in our view, all policies and laws must work for all people, for people from all ages. For sure, the last years have been, by no doubt, very challenging and difficult for all of us. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted many existing areas and has also worsening areas that are examples of existing systemic inequality. For young people, and as we show in our report that we conducted in 2021, that is Beyond Lockdown, the pandemic scar on young people, we conducted a survey on 5,000 young people across Europe, and what we saw is that almost 12% of young people lost their job during the pandemic at a rate 3 times faster than the general population. Almost 75% of young people reported that they were learning less during the pandemic or as a cause of the pandemic, and also nearly 2/3 of young people, so 60% of young population was experiencing anxiety, depression, or other mental well-being disorders. And we know already that after the pandemic, the cases of anxiety and depression, especially in young people, has doubled in comparison with previous years. And for sure, this impacts highly the population that is in marginalized situation. I have absolutely no doubt that this data actually resonate for all of you that are working with older population. I'm pretty sure these are also the experiences that older people are facing regarding employment, regarding even education or mental health, as has been presented. And this is why we are advocating for 3 main policy demands to ensure that not young but also not older people are left out. First, we are advocating for a right-based approach in all the policies to ensure that the life course is taken in an holistic way into consideration in all the policies. Second, we are asking for decision makers to provide sufficient spaces for meaningful participation for young people and older people, and to generate these spaces for intergenerational dialogue. And third, for policymakers, we are advocating to introduce an impact assessment on the policies, on how they impact especially young people, and how young people and older people are also accounted for and engaged in the policy making. These are actually demands that we saw in the declaration, and actually when reading the declaration that was presented today, this could have been also the conclusions of a conference tackling about young people and talking about young generations. So these recommendations, in our view, tackle this approach to have an holistic view of all the people, including younger generations as well, and recognizing them as active right holders, empowering them to take part in society and to be able to fully enjoy our rights. I will leave my intervention here, but I will be very happy to keep on the discussion with you and with all the panelists. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to introduce my friend, Secretary General Masha Kuturejczak of Age Platform Europe, who has the overall responsibility of managing the Age Secretariat and implementing Age strategic objectives. I know from the room there are many people with pins that are your constituency, so I welcome you to speak for all of them.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this very kind introduction. Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, collègues, je tiens particulièrement à remercier effectivement à la présence.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important for me to thank my colleague, in particular the colleagues of the European Youth Forum. We often work together, and thanks to today's work, we can work upon common challenges, and we can join efforts for these fields. When we talk about policies on aging, the MIPA on aging is as old as our platform. We celebrated our 20th anniversary last year, and we have been very glad to be invited to this ministerial conference, which celebrates the 20th anniversary of MIPA. We thank Italian government for their invitation, We are here representing the civil society. We are here at the podium, and that shows that the dialogue of civil society is very important. This is part of the decision-making process. We all want to join actively. We want to change our welfare system. We want to change our policies on aging. So we have to express our opinion. Regardless of this analogy between our platform and MIPA, there are also other shared points. During the latest decades, Age Platform Europe stated that our platform is focused on needs throughout life with no limits for human rights. We hope that these principles are not just a basis for a new engagement of MIPA, but I hope that people, young people, old people, are the focus of our priorities, political priorities, free to make choices in terms of contribution to the society. This is the key recommendation we submitted through our letter to you, ministers. You received this document before the conference. I think that this is a key instrument to promote intergenerational dialogue. Longevity increases, ageism increases. So we have to fight against ageism, which is a taboo often, and it is not considered as seriously as other types of discriminations. Today we are talking about equality, opportunities, equalities throughout life. It is clear for all of us that generations, different generations, may have different needs. And differences may be opportunities for us. And this is a positive element because it means that it is possible to be complementary. So it is not a choice between one generation wishes, desires, needs, or the other generation's wishes and needs. It is a matter of resilience. We have to increase our resilience. We have to focus on what we share and not on the differences that exist among us. In particular, families are different and societies do not support networks among generations. Mutual understanding must be a clear-cut goal of national policies, supported by programs to raise awareness and to raise funds. When we take into account the lessons we learned during the pandemic, the challenges we had to face, both for old people and young people, we see that there are specific similarities. For example, this morning we heard talking about young people mental disorders, and apparently young people suffered from mental disorder more than old people. Some old people suffered from isolation, loneliness, because they had to live in care centers. They felt alone. They felt lost. So we also have to emphasize that most of young and old people were very resilient. They helped each other. Older people kept on helping remotely the family members through initiatives. There were many interesting initiatives. Let's think about nurses, nursing staff, and retired people who were immediately available to face staffing needs. But if we think about these past and difficult experiences, we realize that everything is based upon goodwill, and this is not enough, because this is not a way for us to hold older people's rights. That's why we find out that we need your will, dear policymakers. Policies have to change. Longevity is one of the key goals for humankind, both from the social and economic perspectives. So equality among ages must be part of national laws in tangible ways, through laws, through regulations, in order to improve care, in order to strengthen the corporate commitments in the labor market. We have to fight against inequalities in the labor market, in particular gender inequalities. Maria already said that, but for young people, public action is an emergency, is a priority. We must fight against inequalities, which increases, in particular, concerning the access of education, training, employment. Young people deserve a stable life in dignity. In conclusion, I would like to ask a question. How long will we ignore that aging concerns us all closely? We all are old people. I am an old person, you are old people. We are the old people of the future. So, dear ministries, we asking you to adopt the action plan on aging based upon equality throughout life, so that young people, old people can fully live in the respect of their human rights. This principle already exists, but has to be implemented and respected fully. In addition to that, I also have another request for the Vice President of the Commission who deals with democracy. In order to achieve equality, we need a EU ambitious policy on equality at all levels throughout life. Dear guests, dear colleagues, I think that if we want to have equality throughout life, worldwide, supporting tools allowing us to live a life in dignity must be legally binding. Reality shows us without a convention, a real convention, hampers us to give us our support to older people, to young people in Ukraine living under bombing, or to older people leaving their homeland. In conclusion, it has been very interesting to follow Kima Libero's work on older people. That shows that trying is not enough. We must do things in practice. Dear Minister, Excellencies, dear guests, we must be something tangible. This is the right time to do so. Thank you.
I want to thank my panelists for an incredible discussion. I think all of you heard a lot of themes were consistent across all of the speakers. We need equity. We need to address issues around caregiving and home care. We need to expand health spans. We need intergenerational solidarity. We need to address loneliness and mental health issues. And we need to eliminate ageism, both against youth and older adults. And more importantly, we need stronger protections for the human rights of older people. I wish we had more time. We were going to have a great discussion, but I hope you will come up to each of us at the coffee and ask us our 2 or 3 things that we will do. Now I turn it over to Lisa to keep us back on schedule.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have a few housekeeping announcements. As you know, we are running very late with this morning's program. And we have scheduled for now the group photo for all ministers and heads of delegations. I would like to therefore ask all heads of delegations who would like to be in the group photo to stay here. We will take it straight away now in the middle of the round table. For all others, there is now a short break until 11:45, and we will start with the ministerial roundtable at 11:45. So please come back on time, and apologies for the shortened break, but I know many will have to catch flights at the end of the day, so we try to stick as much as we can to our schedule. Thank you very much. Have a quick and good health break, and see you back in 15 minutes. Please, all for the photo, stay behind. We'll take it now.
From which organization were you participating?
A causa di impegni improvvisi e improrogabili non mi sarà possibile presenziare alle sessioni pomeridiane della conferenza e per questo mi scuso. Sarò quindi molto grata alla Ministra del Lavoro, della Solidarietà e Sicurezza Sociale del Portogallo e Vicepresidente della conferenza, Ana Mendes Godinho, se vorrà assumere successivamente la presidenza della seconda tavola rotonda ministeriale e poi della sessione plenaria pomeridiana della stessa conferenza. Ringrazio quindi in anticipo la Ministra Godinho e la Ministra Risallo per questo coordinamento a cui passo volentieri il floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Executive Secretary, Ministers, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to chair today's high-level roundtable on ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. Long-term care affects almost every one of us, whether it is caring for a family member now or will we ourselves need support in the future. It is in our hands to make long-term care accessible and high quality for every person in need. Listening to each other's ideas and learning from each other's practices, as we do today at this roundtable, is a very good way to get input for our policy making. Today we have a high-level discussion about the possibilities to improve the situation of persons in need of care and their caregivers. Let me start with some organizational remarks. Ministers and delegations who are included in the program of the roundtable will have 5 minutes for their introductory statements. Please stay in schedule because we run out of the schedule today anyway. Ministers and heads of delegations who have expressed their wish to speak during the discussion will have up to 3 minutes per intervention. We have with us Mrs. Amala Bauer-Refeb, who is the chief of the program and on aging section of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. She will take notes and summarize our discussion in a brief statement at the end of the roundtable. But before we get to the discussion, I feel it necessary to say that Estonia condemns in the strongest terms the ongoing military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. And we urge the entire international community to do so. Russia's brutal war in unprovoked attacks, including systematic violence and attacks against the civilian population, are terrifying and unacceptable. We ask all countries to show solidarity with Ukraine and stand up against the war. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start this roundtable with insights to some challenges we face today. Our populations are decreasing and aging. The trends that indeed have impact on long-term care systems. Many older people live healthy lives and contribute actively in their communities. However, we know that the need of long-term care increases with age and is especially prevalent among the very old. Although our long-term care systems are different, the challenges are similar. We are looking for ways of providing affordable and adequate access to long-term care for all in need and providing services of good quality. Our efforts are toward ensuring professional long-term care workforce with good working conditions and supporting informal carers, and finding the most sustainable financing models. In times of circling working age population and rising demand for care. The COVID-19 pandemic has put long-term care even higher on the political agenda. While developing long-term care policies, our general goal must be to enable people to live dignified and independent life in their homes for as long as possible. Everybody must be ensured to receive accessible support that improves or maintains their quality of life. Investing in the prevention of care needs, providing integrated health and social services, and using smart solutions and innovative technologies are important here. Placement to care home must remain absolutely last resort when all other measures have not been sufficient to meet the care needs. In Estonia, we have set the aim to develop community support services for older people who are no longer doing well in their homes, but whose need for assistance is not as great as the care home provides. People with more complex care needs should also be under our attention. For example, people with dementia. There is little public awareness about dementia. Appropriate services are often missing for both people with dementia and their family members. In Estonia, the Dementia Competence Center provides tools and trainings for professionals. The center also organizes support groups and counseling for family members, and raises general knowledge about dementia. The role of family carers can be physically and mentally challenging. It holds significant cost in the forms of lost earnings, careers, and pension entitlements. Without adequate support, informal carers may be excluded from the labor market, may have poor health, and have a higher risk of poverty and social isolation. We must also bear in mind that caregiving has a strong gender dimension, as it is primarily provided by female family members. In recent years, several countries have made advances in legally recognizing the activities of informal carers and providing targeted support. In Estonia, for example, this year we introduced the definition of long-term care for the first time in a law. This gives us legal clarity and more coherent basis to identify the need of support for people with a care burden. Currently, we are preparing legislative amendments to expand the circle of caregivers for whom social tax will be paid to give them better social guarantees, like health and pension insurance. We will also expand caregivers' opportunities to take additional leave from work. Paying long-term care, especially for institutional care, is expensive for persons and their families. It may put people with low incomes into poverty risk. There is a need for changes in the financing models. We are looking for the ways to reduce the person's own contribution and involve more public finances. Public expenditure on long-term care is projected to rise more quickly than in other social policy areas. These developments underline the need to ensure fiscal sustainability foundations for long-term care systems so that they could meet people's needs today and in the future. Therefore, where some challenges ahead of us, I believe that common discussion helps us to come up with smart and sustainable solutions. Dear participants, it is my pleasure to invite ministers and heads of delegations from the United States, Malta, Switzerland, and Turkey to the discussion. I'm happy that they gave the organizers consent to share their ideas and practices. I ask all of us to let us learn also from our failures so that anybody else do not repeat these.
Without any delay, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Edwin Walker, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Aging, Administration for Community Living from United States Department of Health and Human Services. Please, Mr. Walker, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Good day, fellow colleagues. First, I want to thank the conference organizers, UNECE, and our host country, Italy, for this opportunity and your generous hospitality. Second, I must use this opportunity to reassert the full support of the United States for Ukraine and in maintaining the territorial integrity of member states, and in the context of this conference, to question the impact of the current conflict on the lives of older people. Third, we at the Administration for Community Living, or ACL, play a critical role in advancing U.S. policies that impact older adults and people with disabilities. Our mission is to maximize the independence, well-being, health, and dignity of older adults, people with disabilities across the lifespan, and their families and caregivers. We are one of the few federal agencies that has a mandate to be visible and effective advocates on behalf of the people and communities our people serve. In the U.S., community living is viewed not only as an important policy goal, but it is a fundamentally tied principle to the nation's civil rights. We have a history of strong principles designed to focus on the rights and protections of older persons and to develop systems to achieve quality care. Yet, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted in stark terms throughout the world where additional protections are needed. Older individuals and people with disabilities were not only most at risk, they were disproportionately impacted by severe complications and even death. As we review many of the causes, we see systemic and policy issues, but also we see issues related to ageism and age discrimination that resulted in the violation of human rights and other negative impacts on the lives of older people. So more, actually much more, must be done. Ageism is pervasive and largely unaddressed. But I'm pleased to indicate that ensuring all older persons live their lives with dignity, respect, and safety is a priority for the Biden-Harris administration. While we all desire a longer and more active life in older adulthood, this does not protect any of us from needing long-term care precipitated by illness, functional impairment, or an accident. While only 4.5% of older adults in the U.S. reside in nursing facilities, we know older adults overwhelmingly desire to receive care at home and in the community. It is well known that long-term care is largely provided by caregivers, with more than 1 in 5 people in the U.S. serving as a caregiver. Paid long-term care services and supports are financed by a variety of public and private sources, with 70% of funding coming from public sources. And at both the federal and state levels, the U.S. is working to create and fund innovative options and programs that provide non-medical services and assistance that support older adults and people with disabilities to be independent, to live where they want, with whom they want, and with full participation in their communities. For far too long, we have seen people discharged from acute medical care directly into a nursing or other type of institutional facility. Proactive efforts are now being made to interrupt this pipeline by focusing on nursing home diversions, providing person-centered assessments and care, and revising payment policies such as money follows the person to rebalance our long-term care system to be in greater alignment with people's desire to receive care at home. Most recently, President Biden announced a new effort to reform nursing home care that includes enhanced staffing requirements, stronger oversight, and a focus on greater quality. Successful aging in the community requires the availability of a well-trained, high-quality workforce of direct care professionals. Yet, Yet, like many countries, we are faced with challenges related to the supply of these workers and the resulting impact on the health and safety of care recipients. Later this year, we will be establishing a new National Technical Assistance Center designed to address the issues and strengthen this critical workforce. The home care providers, direct care professionals, and those often considered formal or paid caregivers are really only the tip of the iceberg we call the long-term services and supports system. In the U.S., this system could not function without the considerable contributions of family and other unpaid caregivers. Right now in the U.S., approximately 54 million individuals are in the role of being a family caregiver for an older adult or a person of any age with a disability. Family caregivers provide an immense contribution, perform complex medical tasks with little guidance, and often do so at significant personal cost. For the past 22 years, we have established programs in each state to provide a full range of support to approximately 900,000 caregivers a year. These caregivers indicate that without this support, they would have had to place their loved one in some form of an institution or facility. Perhaps most exciting in this area is that later this year, the U.S. will be unveiling the nation's first National Family Caregiving Strategy. This strategy is the result of 2 citizen advisory councils of professionals, researchers, administrators, and caregivers themselves who provided an in-depth assessment and review of the leading and most promising research, policy, and practice known, both domestically and globally, including from many of you. When complete, this strategy will provide a roadmap for the United States to optimize caregiver support efforts, advance equity and diversity, and ensure that all efforts to uplift caregivers are person and family-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally sensitive. In conclusion, the United States remains committed to the goals of MIPA, and we look forward to continued implementation through the periodic reviews and appraisals, as well as other instruments and mechanisms developed to build a sustainable world for all ages. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and thank you to remember us that the need of long-term care can face us accidentally by illness or accident. So this is a possibility for all of us, which means that society and individuals has to prepare for that. Now let's move to Europe. Mr. Joeten Abella, Minister of Active Aging of Malta, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Dear colleagues, Malta has always been at the forefront of international aging policy and healthy aging development. Back in 1968, it was the first country to highlight the need of a United Nations-led global action plan to meet the challenges of an emerging global aging population. Malta places at the very top in the Healthy Life Expectancy League. As documented in the National Strategic Policy for Active Aging, Malta's policy on active aging follows a bottom-up approach via a range of innovative community care services which ensure that frail older persons age in place and as long as possible. Services include night shelters to allay loneliness and prevent carer burnout, the handyman service, and our sterling live-in carer service. This provides financial support to older persons who employ a full-time carer. The Community Geriatrician Service provides a geriatric interdisciplinary review to homebound older persons, and even complementary carpooling taxi services. Domiciliary health amenities are varied and include nursing, occupational therapy, podiatry, physiotherapy, social work, and dental services. Older persons living with dementia and family caregivers are also at the heart of Malta's aging policy. The Ministry for Active Aging is committed to ensure higher levels of awareness, understanding of dementia, its timely diagnosis, and the provision of care pathways, most importantly, ensuring a trained workforce, and pushing research. The Dementia Intervention Team provides advice and support to persons living with dementia in their residences 24/7. Recent months also witnessed the opening of 2 new dementia daycare centers, and Malta becoming the first country to introduce iSupport, the WHO's online training tool for caregivers of people with dementia. As far as access to healthcare is concerned, Malta has a robust public healthcare system which provides complementary services to all citizens. Healthcare access for older persons is adequate both in terms of availability and affordability, as medical services are provided free of charge across all community clinics and health centers. The Ministry is now in the process of ensuring an improved transportation infrastructure in rural areas and for homebound older persons, coordinating health literacy programs for persons from lower socio-economic groups and introducing advanced care planning at community health centers. Long-term care services for older persons in Malta have experienced considerable detailed regulation, and the Ministry has established the National Social Care Standards Authority to supervise, monitor, and inspect all care homes and facilities. The Ministry is currently working on ensuring mechanisms that protect resident rights, the safety of facilities, and establishing a quality assurance committee. In the spirit of the United Nations pronouncement on leaving no one behind, in aging policy, Malta even prioritizes persons in the 4th age, who are either homebound or living in long-term care facilities, and thus unable to reach active aging hubs in our community. Young old persons with early onset frailty, as well as old persons with complex mobility and cognitive challenges, still harbor a need to engage in meaningful activities. The Ministry is thus committed to widening the opportunities for 4th age learning in residential care settings and utilizing the radio and television media for housebound older persons. To conclude, the Ministry for Active Aging is committed to safeguard the rights, the responsibilities, and the contributions of older persons, whilst also highlighting the heterogeneous character of later life by embedding active aging in the language of diversity, inequality, and social justice. The appeal of this policy is that it combines the humanitarian aspects of aging with the developmental issues to ensure the health and the dignity of people as they age. I look to continue working in the field of aging to protect the dignity and the autonomy of older persons, whilst also upholding and promoting the rights of older persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abela. We all know, or experts know, that long-term care is not totally preventable, but we can push forward the need. And even dementia is something we can avoid or push forward with good prevention, but it's important to recognize the people in need in the starting point, and the public awareness is very important. Thank you for pointing out that. So our next speaker from Switzerland is Ms. Nathalie Barthelot, Minister of the Canton of Jura and President of the Swiss Conference of Cantonal Ministers of Social Affairs. Please, Mrs. Barthelot, next 5 minutes is yours.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos qualités et titres respectifs, à l'instar des pays industrialisés, la Suisse est un pays qui vieillit.
As other industrialized countries, Switzerland is aging. Those over 65 represent 19%. The over 80 are 50%, and young people are still less and less. The economic growth, the social welfare and conditions of life are improved, but there are still poverty and inequalities which are related to population aging. The average situation of retired persons during the latest decades tend to be more and more difficult for women in particular. Today, baby boomers are ready for retirement. Demographic change implies needs for our social prevention and health system. In Switzerland, we have a system to guarantee a minimum income for retired people. The intergenerational contract is our pillar for social prevention for aged people. And there is a redistribution for women in particular. Thanks to that, it was possible to mitigate the burden for families, in particular whenever it comes for support for families who care old people. In addition to that, senior citizens are able to be more independent. And that is why intergenerational relationships are pretty good. Within families, there is still the intergenerational support and cooperation. Grandparents look after children, and they also support financially the youngest members of the families. Care is also based upon intergenerational exchanges. Care within families is often on an informal and not paid basis, in particular by women. That has negative impacts on women's working lives and retirement. Often women stop working in order to care about an older member of the family, and that has an impact on their incomes, working future, and retirement, and also on social charges. Switzerland started to tackle with this issue related to family caregivers by implementing some facilities within the Swiss prevention plan for retired people. Through this plan, it is possible for us to analyze their needs. As for women, there are aids for people caring of children or an older person who is not independent. We also have other important measures for the second pillars in cases of divorces. The access to social welfare also implies a support for low-income people. Caregivers, families are entitled to receive subsidies, support, counseling by volunteering organizations as well. Fighting against inequalities is a way for us to pave the way for a sustainable policy for future generations. Within this context, it is of paramount importance for public authorities to guarantee the respect of human rights. Each of us can decide to keep on living independently while aging without decreasing family solidarity. Don't forget that the fact that we are living longer is tightly connected with the improving of qualities of life. Active participation of older people to the community lives implies social and economic opportunities. In Switzerland, we have several analyses proving that. Valerie Hugenberg, a member of our delegation, supported the development of a policy to improve aging conditions of people. At the same time, the target is to integrate old people within the decision-making process. I thank the organizers, the Italian government, and I hope to keep on working this way in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and thank you for pointing out supporting family members, especially women who are more forced to stay at home with family members who are in need of care. And the economical independence of elderly people, it's very, very important. Thank you. Now we are going forward to Turkey. Please, Minister of Family and Social Services, Mrs. Iannick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to UNECE for organizing this meaningful conference. I believe that it will be a productive event with valuable contribution of all participants. Esteemed guests, depending on the developments in health, social work, and technology in the last 20 years in Turkey, life expectancy has increased while the birth rate has decreased prominently. The demographic transformation has been speeding up in Turkey as well as Europe and the world. The rate of older persons has increased from 7.2% in 2000 to 9.7% by the end of 2021. The percentage of old-aged population has increased by 24% the last 5 years, which is putting Turkey among the most rapidly aging countries. The average life expectancy at birth is 78 years, and the median age is 33.1 in 2021. The ratio of older population is expected to keep the increasing trend, and in 60 years, every 1 person in 4 is expected to be 65 years and older. Accordingly, our approach for long-term care has been structured based on our current demographic structure by also considering the future population projections. Distinguished guests, this demographic transition process that Turkey has been experiencing led us to revise the policy and services on aging in the recent years. The national policy of Turkey on aging has been shaped to enable older persons a wide range of movement area within the framework of active and healthy aging, within the family integrity, and by maintaining their ties with social life. To achieve the same, different types of services such as long-term care, social support services, social security, and social assistances are conducted coordinately and complementarily. Distinguished guests, the main purpose of long-term care services for older persons in Turkey is to facilitate the transition to physical, mental, and psychosocial change experienced in old age. In this context, the care policies aim to provide a model in which people receive care support alongside their families and relatives, integrated with social life instead of relying mostly on the institutional care services by accepting aging in place and self-determination as a right. It is also aimed to increase the independent living skills of older persons and support them to spend quality life. This understanding of psychosocial and care support services does not only include older persons, but also applies to their caregivers and family members. Our care policies consider the older persons and their environment as a whole. Nearly half of the older persons benefit from long-term care services free of charge, and the other half with a partial fee based on their income. Care services for older persons in Turkey are not planned according to demand, but according to supply and rights-based, taking into account regional density. Distinguished participants, temporary and guest care services are also offered free of charge to older persons if their families or caregivers are temporarily unable to care for them. They can receive care from long-term care facilities for up to 45 days a year. As long as they receive services in these facilities, all of their needs are met by the care institution. Quality standards for care services were developed to improve the quality in long-term care systems. Standards have been prepared with a rights-based and person-centered approach by considering the privacy and safety of older persons, the satisfaction of the care receiver and caregiver. There are also a number of practices to promote the older person's autonomy and the participation in the society, including the social relationship with their family and friends. In this context, in addition to long-term institutional care, home care support services, home health care services, home care allowance, daycare services, consultancy services, old age pension, benefits in kind and in cash, support in assistive technology, tax exemptions and derogations, and free or discounted travel opportunities are provided by the states. Esteemed participants, due to the cultural and social structure in Turkey, our recent research showed that the older persons want to be cared for by their family members, and younger generations also want to take care of their older family members themselves. At this point, one of these services offered both to support caregiving families and to encourage intergenerational solidarity among family members is the home care allowance. Monthly payment is provided to family members to provide care to persons with disabilities and older persons in need of care and in economic and social deprivation. Daycare and home care support services have been provided in coordination with municipalities as well. In order to support, strengthen, ensure standardization, and expand the services of local governments for older persons, Elderly Support Program has been put into practice since 2016. It is a project-based support program that aims to raise awareness about aging by activating local dynamics, to support older persons in their own home environment and to prevent their isolation from social life. Distinguished guests, besides the different types of care services, social assistance, such as old age pension, are also provided for older persons that aim to financially support the most vulnerable groups among the older persons and to enable them to continue their lives within the conditions worthy of human dignity. Moreover, there are ongoing projects that are carried out to expand and strengthen community-based care services. Within this context, two projects are conducted, namely, improving daycare and home care services for the elderly project and increase accessibility of the social services by the most vulnerable segments of Turkish citizens and persons under temporary protection and persons under international protection project. Distinguished participants, based on our national aging policy, we aim to expand long-term care services in a way that responds to diverse and evolving needs of the population. While doing this, we attach great importance to the life cycle approach to consider both societal and individual aging simultaneously and to evaluate older person not only as an individual, but also as a whole with their backgrounds, their capacities, and environments. Before I conclude my speech, I would like to thank all the organizers, participants. I greet you all with my deepest respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iannick, and thank you for your attention to the psychosocial aspect of older people and also caregivers. For sure, COVID-19 affected all of us, and especially older people who live at their homes, and still affecting the isolation our people and elderly people. Thank you, but now it's time to open the discussion. And I have at least 4 countries here. So first I would like to give the floor to Ms. Mary Butler. She's the Minister of Mental Health and Older People from Ireland.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and colleagues, can I firstly thank the Italian government for hosting this conference and for the warm welcome we have all received here today and yesterday. I have the honour to speak to you on behalf of the Government of Ireland as Minister for Mental Health and Older People. Our world is ageing rapidly. People are living longer lives and the number of older people in the total population is growing, but this is something we need to celebrate. The successes achieved by so many countries in improving health and extending life expectancy should be acknowledged and celebrated. In Ireland, in 20 short years, over 65s will represent 20% of the total population. As a country, we know that we need to put the correct measures in place. We are planning for a sustainable future, and as we speak, Ireland is examining the strategic workforce challenges associated with frontline carer roles in home support and nursing homes. A cross-departmental strategic workforce advisory group has been established to examine recruitment, retention, training, pay and conditions, and the career development of frontline carers. As a government, we are committed to ensuring carers and families are properly recognised, they're supported, and they're empowered. It is important that we take actions now to ensure we have a robust network of carers to support our ageing population. In keeping with the Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing, our government policy in Ireland is to support older people to live in dignity and independence in their own homes and communities for as long as possible, with the correct wraparound supports. This accords with the wishes of most older people. However, there will always be some people who require long-term residential care, and it is vital that residential care is available for those that need it as close to home as possible. We have a national scheme of financial support for all those requiring long-term residential care. The Nursing Home Support Scheme is a means-tested scheme of financial assistance for those who need long-term nursing home care, whereby participants contribute to the cost of their care according to their means, while the state pays the balance of the cost. The aim of this scheme is to ensure that long-term nursing home care is accessible and affordable to everyone. We cannot overlook the needs of older people if we are to build inclusive, resilient and age-friendly societies that support the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing. We shoulder a collective responsibility. And I would just like to say, I would like to stand with colleagues and acknowledge our Ukrainian neighbours, and especially think today of older people living in Ukraine that have seen their lives destroyed, their families torn apart due to an immoral and an unjust war, and we stand with you today. Garv Mahagut.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I kindly remind you that limit your intervention is 3 minutes, please. Try to keep in schedule. And the next intervention is coming from Germany, Ms. Lisa Bos, Federal Minister of Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth of Germany. Please, Mrs. Bos.
Thank you very much. This roundtable puts the spotlight on a topic which is pivotal for Germany. How can we ensure high-quality, accessible long-term care, and how can we improve support for family members providing informal care, which constitutes the central pillar of caring for those in need? When COVID-19 started, we put special legal regulations in place to buffer acute needs. This means family members providing informal care continue to profit from flexible care time and family care time arrangements. This includes the right to stay absent from work up to 20 workdays in an emergency care situation caused by COVID-19. During this time, the so-called Pflegeunterstützungsgeld is granted to substitute lost income. However, this cannot be enough. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly demonstrated that caring relatives fulfill an extremely important role within the family, but also for society as a whole. In most cases, we are talking about women, as I mentioned before, who often take care of children at the same time. But now I want to put a special focus on something additional. In my country, also 479,000 children and youth take care of chronically ill relatives or those in need of long-term care. So children and youth, 479,000. Long-term care takes time, takes energy, and needs money. And thus in November 2021, the new government has agreed in the coalition treaty to further develop regulations on care time and family care time. This aims at granting more sovereignty of time for informal caregivers and introducing a substitute for lost income due to care provision. To conclude, let me elaborate shortly on a tiny but important project called Pausentaste, aiming at providing counseling and information for young carers. Many of the young carers do not see themselves as care providers. They consider it as their normal task to take care of family members in need. However, often they are overburdened, leading to negative mental, social, and educational impacts. Pausentaste helps young carers to take a break, to reflect, to accept support, and to talk about their situation, also anonymously. Even if the offer primarily targets young carers, it is open to and aims at teachers, outpatient care services, social services in schools, hospitals, and youth organizations, as well as the general public. Starting in 2021, this project Pausentaste has a special eye on caring university students and young adults in vocational training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bos, for the additional remarks. And I really support that we have to remember children are the target group as well as the elderly people. And we do have, all our countries have children who are in need of long-term care. So we have to integrate services from very various sections to make the life worth for them. So we are going forward, and the next speaker is coming from Spain. Please, Mr. Luis Alberto Barriga Martin, General Director of IMSERSO. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the United Nations for the preparation of this conference and to the Italian government for hosting the event. I also want to express our recognition to the Standing Working Group of Aging and to the Population Unit for the work done. 20 years after the Madrid International Plan of Action, we meet here to renovate our commitment to build more inclusive, accessible, sustainable, age-friendly, and person-centered care systems. In Spain, LTC is regulated by a law approved in 2006, which was a milestone in the public action. It structured the system for autonomy and attention to dependency. Today, we're working towards a profound transformation in care policy. The person-centered attention, community-based services, the support for families, dignity of care, and the full respect for each person's life project are guiding the Spanish roadmap. For this transformations process, we have a twofold approach: an immediate shock plan for dependency to solve the most urgent problems, and a medium-term global strategy to make structural changes. The dependency shock plan was approved in January 2021. I would like to mention its main lines of action and the results already achieved. First, increasing economical investment. The budget allocated by the central government for dependency was doubled in the last 2 years. This amount, together with the regional investment, makes a total of more than 10.5 billion euros for 2022. Second, to improve access by reducing the waiting list. So far, we have already reduced 12% the people waiting to be evaluated, and the number of people waiting to receive care in another 17%. Today, 100,000 more people are receiving services than a year ago. But still, we have work to do to simplify access to social services. Third, to improve services with a new accreditation and quality framework, which has been designed and debated with all the stakeholders and regional administrations, and will be, I hope, approved shortly. And fourth, to improve working conditions. We are working to increase ratios and promote training and capacities, as well as quality of the employment in the care sector. Besides the shock plan, we are working on a mid-term strategy to strengthen the community care and support systems, so LTC facilities are not the main nor unique option for people that need care. Among its lines of action, we can highlight the reform of the structure of long-term care centers, as well as how care is provided. We want to change architecture as well as mindset. The promotion of better and more coordinated community services aimed at the permanence of people in their environment, at home if they so decide. And to improve the coordination between social and health services to guarantee health care to all people in all situations, in all ages. And all this is strongly supported and boosted by the component 22 of the Spanish plan of the Next Generation European funds, which addresses specifically the improvement of the care system. These are some of the challenges that Spain has ahead, and most of them are shared by the rest of the countries, as we have heard. The declaration that is going to be approved today considers our challenges and defines lines of action to face them. We trust that this declaration will be once more a stimulus to improve our public policies on aging. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And now we are moving on with France. Ms. Virginie Lasserre, General Director of Social Cohesion at the Ministry of Solidarity and Health, please. The floor is yours. And please keep in mind 3 minutes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, the health crisis because of COVID-19 proved the fragility of older people in terms of health and social problems. Older people need care, and that need will increase given the demographic changes. In addition to that, the long-term care should be a priority. In France, we have several initiatives. I'm going to summarize in 4 points. First of all, we want to facilitate the access to care for older people. Costs increase, and older people encounter great difficulties. In France, we established a 5th unit for social protection. This is a system allowing to prevent social risks related to aging, such as pathologies, labor accidents, and other risks, such as the loss of autonomy, which is considered as an element we have to take measures upon to support people so that each and any citizen can make a decision to be followed and to benefit from the social prevention and from the care. And also to hamper the loss of autonomy. We set up a plan to reduce the risk of falling down for older people. We want to implement real initiatives. For example, we want to develop sporting activities for older people. We want to reduce the use of drugs. We want to reduce the use of psychotropics because we want people to stay at home as long as possible. We want to help them to make the choices freely. We also developed some financial aids in order to help older people to pay their rents, for example, so that they can stay at home. We developed some remote medicine, remote medical aid. We developed a multi-sectorial, multidisciplinary system to help people as for their health problems. Then we have the caregiver issues, people who help older people. Caregiver needs support as well. They need support to keep on helping older people. 11 million people are qualified as care people. As you know, French law acknowledges the profile of caregivers. In France, we have several measures. In 2015, we provided a financial aid allowing caregivers to stop this activity for a while. So we developed the so-called respite care. So caregivers are entitled to holidays, for example. So we want to help and follow younger caregivers as well as aging caregivers. All the public policies in France are developed in the department as well, not only in France. despite the different situations. So in conclusion, I confirm our commitment to exchange ideas and good practices, and I hope to keep on working together.
Thank you, Ms. Lassier. And as we are very late with the agenda and lunch is waiting for all of us, then I will give the floor to Greece before we are summarizing. And I really hope that in the next roundtable, you have a possibility to have a speech and make interventions. But now, Mr. Georgios Stamantis, Secretary General for Social Solidarity and Fight Against Poverty, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs of Greece. Please, the next 3 minutes is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Population aging is a fact, and also in Greece has a serious social and economic implication, increasing the demand for long-term care services. Our role as a politician is to ensure with the specific policies the well-being of our oldest co-citizens and their careers, and I am sure that living from this conference will have this role more strongly. Greece has long established public system for providing long-term care to the elderly people. As regards policies which relate to the 3 priority goals agreed in Lisbon, Greece provides for both care services and income support programs. But our focus now is to promote autonomy and independent living. To this end, as highlighted in the 2009 European Union long-term care reports, home care is the preferred type of care, and together with the community care, they should be prioritized our institution care. Besides, it is considered more cost-effective compared to institution care. In order to promote home care and to enhance autonomy and independent living, the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs in Greece developed a project to reform the social care services for the elderly in Greece with support of the European Commission and the expertise of the World Bank. The COVID-19 pandemic saw us, the governments should always be on guard to take immediate actions during crisis. For the Greek government, the protection for the elderly was first priority. They were vaccinated first. We hid more personnel in the public institution and took strong measures to prohibit visits in the nursing homes, measures that have positive results in the protection of human lives. As regards the protection of older persons from abuse, after legislation drafted last October, all institutions in Greece hosting seniors have to appoint a person responsible for the protection of the elderly against abuse and to examine every complaint. Currently, we are planning for the first time the development of national strategy for acting and healthy aging. In addition, in order to safeguard aging with dignity, we have planned the following measures: digital training of seniors to improve autonomy and social inclusion, training of staff working with the elderly, prevention of social inclusion of the elderly, especially of those who face multiple discrimination. And allow me to say that, to take things a step further and say that for us it is essential to protect and fulfill enjoyment of the human rights for older persons, irrespective of their gender and the special group that they may belong. We believe that diversity of the older persons must be reflected in the action taken. For example, as regards the elderly, LGBTQI citizens, measures should be taken to promote their inclusiveness, visibility, and their equal access to health, long-term care services, employment, social and economic life in general. We should face the issue of removing stereotypes and discrimination against the elderly in considering a holistic way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chris and Mr. Stamatis. Now I conclude here, and I will give the floor to Ms. Raffet to summarize the discussion, and after that we should move to the lunch. Please, Ms. Raffet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can imagine, this has been a very rich discussion, and it's very difficult to summarize a conversation on long-term care. but with the help of my multicolored pen and a lot of flipping back and forth in the papers, I hope that I'll deliver the summary within the time frame. So I'm going to divide what I heard and what I was able to group into first an overall introduction, and then some reflections in the context of the pandemic, with some key lessons on having more resilient long-term care in the future, and I was able to pull together some recommendations towards the end. So the reality of care and support services for older persons, even within the same region, is clearly complex and diverse. From the national examples we've heard from delegations, there seems to be a wide variety of services, some based on short-term and other based on long-term plans. And they range from those provided in the community and home to institutional care, all aimed at assisting older persons and supporting their independence. Another distinguishing characteristic highlighted is the nature of the provider of long-term care and support services. We heard roles played by governments, private sector, non-governmental organizations. I would therefore assume that the sources of funding are also diverse. Clearly, there's also a range of caregivers and those delivering support services, from formal, paid and professional caregivers to family members acting in what we recognize as informal capacity, although, as we heard from testimonies yesterday shared by Sebastian during the joint forum, those family members feel nothing informal about the care that they give to older persons. I guess that the reason that we refer to it as informal is because we know that much of this care is provided by people without support services, training, or financial assistance. Also highlighted is the overlap between medical and social care, often complicated by the involvement of multiple government ministries, diverse funding, as we mentioned, and budget sources, and a wide variety of guidelines and regulations. What is clear is that the importance of a comprehensive discussion on the provision, quality, and funding of long-term care of older persons concerns not only the well-being of older persons themselves, but also the well-being of caregivers and families, and ultimately the sustainability of government healthcare and social service systems. Now, with the reflections on the pandemic, the pandemic and its unique characteristic clearly put long-term care and support services to the test. We heard that a number of new policies, emergency measures, and practices were adopted in the context of care and support services throughout the pandemic, which influenced directly older persons. We also heard evidence to show that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was on people who use and provide community-based care services, including home help and unpaid care. And as public health measures were in place, we would assume that many disrupted the provision of care and services directly affecting older persons and causing, as we heard, further isolation. Now, some of the key lessons that we've seen is, first of all, the active participation of older persons was highlighted. This means that older persons should have the opportunity to participate in policymaking decision and on all areas of long-term care and support services. Second of all, we heard highlighted issues related to equality and non-discrimination. COVID-19 was followed by ageist narratives visible in discriminatory practices within long-term care and support services, where chronological age was, as we all know, in many cases the sole criteria to carry out policies, with disregard to individualistic needs and or characteristics. Older persons should enjoy equal rights and not be subject to ageism or discrimination based on their age. The third key lesson relates to autonomy, freedom of choice, and control, I would add to that, with regard to long-term care and support services. The fourth is the significance of both formal and informal long-term care and support services. policies need to ensure that the significance of long-term care and support services, both formal and informal, as a fundamental human rights of older persons, is formally recognized and anchored in their national legislation. And the fifth and last key lesson I was able to capture is the need to advance home-based and community-based long-term care and support services. Measures are needed to improve the provision of long-term care, including to guarantee the right to long-term care and support at home, in the community and in institutional settings, while ensuring the rights of older persons to autonomy and independence. Older persons should be provided with support that will enable them to live their lives as they wish and not limit them in the exercise of their other human rights and fundamental freedoms. And if I may, Madam Chair, move to the last part of my summary, which is general recommendations. We know that there will be an increase in demand for long-term care and support services, both paid and unpaid. The framework for long-term care and support services, which is characterized, as we clearly heard, by the interdependence of the market, the state, the nonprofit sector, and the family, needs to be balanced through a range of interventions to ensure affordable and high-quality long-term care and support services. And this roundtable, delegations highlighted a number of, well, what I felt are good basis for recommendations to move forward. First of all, the need to ensure the right of older persons to long-term care and support services. Second of all, the need to ensure equality of access and provision of this long-term care and support services to older persons. Third of all, the need to identify sustainable sources of funding and practical support for the provision of this care. And some delegations mentioned that this has to be aligned with the people's desires and preferences. Third of all, there has to be an examination of the gender and societal impacts of reliance on informal care provisions. We heard delegations highlight intergenerational relationships and exchanges, and the need to reduce the burden and negative consequences of unpaid care work, which disproportionately affects women, by tackling gender and age stereotypes of care work, promoting the sharing of care responsibilities, and expanding access, as we heard, to respite care, supportive public services, including pensions and social protection. We heard for the need to consider moving towards an integration and a coordination of the social and the health care services to provide a continuum of care, and some of you made references to the important role of municipalities and the local government in that context. We also heard a call for ensuring the implementation and monitoring of effective regulations and standards of care and the enforcement of the rights of care workers. One moment. Which comes through recognizing and supporting both paid and unpaid long-term care work for older persons as legitimate work, with specific provisions in laws, in policies, and in strategies, which, by the way, is in line with the Sustainable Development Goal Target 5.4. We've also heard reference to what I would like to call the care economy, and to ensure that this care economy is in line with criteria for decent work, including with regards to terms and conditions of care work, wages, protection, and benefits for the care providers. And finally, Madam Chair, we heard reference to several approaches that feed into these recommendations, including support for healthy and active aging, support for a life course approach, delegates expressing support for further implementation of MIPA, support for utilizing periodic reviews and appraisal opportunities, as well as consideration of other instruments that can promote and protect the rights of older persons. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for our rapporteur, Ms. Raphael. The summarizing was most professional and detailed, and only the chief of the Program on Aging section of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs can do so. Thank you. But I would like to thank all ministers, heads of delegations and participants for interventions and good ideas. We are working together for the elderly people, but not only, because we know that long-term care is much more than elderly people, and this is also caregivers and younger people in need of help. So thank you for your interventions, and I draw your attention that we will have 3 parallel events going on right now. You can find the coordination of aging policies in Italy, but also policies and human rights mechanism, and combating elder abuse. They are starting in 15 minutes, yes. So we are gathering here in the plenary hall at 3 o'clock. So there will be start the second ministerial roundtable, and I really hope those countries who couldn't have a speech yet can do so at 3 o'clock. And now I ask you to join the lunch. Ministers and head of delegations, you have invitation on your table. Please join the Secretary and Delegation of Italy at the Moese dining room. Thank you.
Okay, we start.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to our afternoon session. As mentioned before, the chair of the conference, Minister Bonetti, will not be able to attend this part of our meeting, so it's my privilege, before handing over to the Vice Chair, Minister Ana Godinho, it's my privilege to open the floor and to open this segment, ministerial segment of this afternoon. But just let me say that just before handing over the leading of our work to Minister Godinho, I was told by the Secretariat that during the morning roundtable, there was a request for 2 questions from the delegate from the Russian Federation. Unfortunately, we had no time in the morning, and so I would like, before handing over to Minister Godinho, to ask the Russian Federation delegate to raise the 2 questions that should have been raised this morning. Please, the floor is yours. Be brief and focused on the topic of the roundtable. Thank you so much.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Для того, чтобы не отнимать время у второго круглого стола, я вместо 2 вопросов задам 1, если можно. Мы согласны с основным тезисом первого круглого стола о том, что все люди пожилого возраста должны иметь возможность и вести достойную, обеспеченную жизнь без какой-либо дискриминации. В этой связи у нашей делегации
discrimination, and our delegation has a question with this regard. As yesterday and today, it was emphasized during the main speeches, nowadays 40% of old people live in places which are other than the places where they have been born, where they have been stayed for a long time. Often they move together with their families. So my question is, many Russian citizens, many old retired people, together with their families, live abroad, for example, EU, USA, and so on and so forth. Nowadays, I mean today, the Italian Ministry of Labor took the floor, and if he was here, he could tell me how many Russian older people stay here in Italy with their families. So my question is, Russian Federation has been separated from the SWIFT system after the decision made by USA and EU and other partners outside EU. Well, after that, Russian Federation lost the opportunity to transfer funds for the retired citizens who live abroad. And therefore, because of that, these people are in charge of their families, their children. And these families have to face the economic crisis and the rising in prices. So we hope that restrictions, sanctions, unilateral sanctions, not only towards the Russian Federation, but also towards other countries, while these sanctions should take into account their impact on ordinary citizens. Last week, the responsible person on equal opportunities in the States said that sanctions are against Putin only, against the political elite of Russian Federation. Believe me, these sanctions affect ordinary people, ordinary citizens of Russian Federation, including older people who made their lives and who earned their pensions, but now, because of that, because of sanctions, are not entitled to receive this money. And I would like to hear the reply from the United States delegate. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We take good note. Sorry. We take good note of the question, and of course, we'll address this point to the Italian minister, especially regarding the number of Russian citizens living in Italy. And of course, this is not the adequate instance to discuss the question of sanctions and the question of the decisions made in different areas of political will. We are here in a very specific topic. We are here under common interests and common concerns, I would say, and common challenges. And so, sorry, but we have to keep ourselves within the scope of our program. But thank you anyhow, and we'll pass the information and the request for information to the Italian minister. Okay. So thank you, and said that, I would like to hand over the leading of this meeting to Minister Mendes Godinho, the Vice Chair of this conference, that will chair us until the end. Thank you, Minister.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the second Ministerial Roundtable. I'm taking the floor now because Minister Elena had to leave. And our Ministerial Roundtable will be focused now in mainstreaming aging to advance to a society for all ages. Let me first introduce my fellow panelists. I will have the pleasure to have Mr. Marcel Spatari, Minister of Labour and Social Protection of the Republic of Moldova. I will have Ms. Darija Tapaveci, Minister of Labour, Employment, Veteran and Social Affairs of Serbia. I will also have Mr. Guy Opperman, Minister for Pensions and Financial Inclusion of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and North Ireland, and also Mr. Anar Aliyev, Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Protection of Population of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to whom I all greet enormously. They will each give a 5-minute statement on the topic we are addressing at the moment. Of course, we also have, and is joining us, Ms. Marta Diavovlova as rapporteur. She is the Deputy Regional Director and for Eastern Europe and Central Asia Regional Office. In the end of the session, we will have, of course, Ms. Marta that will summarize this discussion in a brief statement at the end. I would also like, of course, to remind our fellow ministers that or heads of delegation, that if they want to express their wish to intervene, of course, they will also have up to 3 minutes for their interventions at the end. As a way of opening this session, first I would like, in the first place, to thank the Italian government for the way they organize all this meeting. I think this is a common approach from all of us, and to thank you all of you for the work that has been that you've been doing, and with UNECE. Of course, I think it is obvious for all that has been discussed during these days that we all acknowledge and know how the demographic challenges are critical in the moment we live. It's not new for any of us that in the next 7 years, which is by 2030, people aged 55 and over will outnumber children below 15. This shows how much it is critical to guarantee that we are addressing a huge amount of our populations. And by 2050, there will be around 2.4 persons in working age for every person aged 55 and above. And this shows for how much people we are trying to address our answers and our instruments. Well, of course, as everyone stated during these days, the pandemic has shaken us all, but at the same time was a wake-up call for what we have to do and what we have to accelerate in the moments we live to guarantee that we are answering the needs of all of us, because aging starts the day we are born. So aging is for all of us, and this is for all of us that we are trying to give more concrete and more effective answers. Pandemic was also crucial, I would say, in terms of learning lessons. We learned lessons maybe in a very critical way and under stress, but it was obvious during the pandemic how fragile we are in some solutions we have, in some instruments we have, how outdated some of our answers, social answers, and our equipments are, and how many people we have in risk of isolation, and the need we have to find new solutions, new answers, but also the need to find even new people to take care of other people. Just to share with you one of the critical moments we faced in Portugal where we had to find, for example, people to work as carers in a critical moment. We created a special program that included over 30,000 people, mainly migrants, that went into the institutions, organizations, and to address older people. And it was quite interesting to see newcomers coming into this area, but it is critical that we have the capability to value and recognize the value of these people. Of course, we can think, and the pandemic showed us all, that we all can do much better than we did before. And this is the time also to accelerate the investment we need to do. The pandemic also showed us that we are all in the same boat, but many people are more affected, namely older people were much more affected during the pandemic. But at the same time, that this is the time to implement and guarantee that new solutions are put in place in a very fast way. The pandemic gave us all a new social legitimacy to act, and it also gave us the sense that time is running fast and is running out. So we must act fast, and it is critical, first, to guarantee effective equal rights for everyone, no matter how old or what age they are. We need to accelerate new answers, putting technology, digital, servicing the needs of population, and guaranteeing more and more autonomy and innovation in the answers we are giving. Also, different models that include, for example, informal carers. We put this in place in Portugal 2 years ago with this concrete subsidy for informal carers. But we need also to create, for example, solutions of social protection for transition from working life into pensions, for example. And again, we need to accelerate investment. RRF is a good instrument, namely in Portugal, I can share with you, we dedicated 700 million euros to invest in equipments, new solutions dedicated to older people. But, and this is the theme of our discussion now, mainstreaming of aging is critical to guarantee that in all policy, in all the areas of governments, we can address in a systematic coordination and approach what we need to answer. Right now, we are in Portugal creating a national commission to address all these issues for older people, to guarantee that they are included in systematically way and coordinated to address and to guarantee that there is a real participation of people when, namely, they are out, for example, of the labor market, and they are not part of the traditional procedures of participation. Well, for the purpose of our discussion and the challenges we have in mainstreaming, let me just share with you that during our Portuguese presidency of the European Council, we approved conclusions on mainstreaming of aging in public policies, exactly to address this problem. But of course, I will open now the floor, and I would like to invite Mr. Marcel Spatari, Minister of Labour and Social Protection of the Republic of Moldova, to take the floor. The floor is yours, please. Thank you, Marcel.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a great honor to be here today to discuss this important topic, a topic that impacts all our countries, that is developing and mainstreaming policies and government services that are sensitive to the needs of all the people. Moldova is a small country facing tremendous challenges because of the context in the region. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the life expectancy for men was 67 years and for women 75 years. In 2020, due to the COVID pandemic, the life expectancy decreased by almost 1 year for both women and men. Even though our population has a lower life expectancy in Moldova, like in most of European countries, the share of older population is continuing to grow. Currently, older people aged 60 and over constitute nearly a quarter of our country's population, and we expect that in 20 years, or by 2040, this segment of population will reach almost 1/3 of our country's population. Over the last few years, the government of Moldova took steps in incorporating aging into intersectorial policies and government services, and we are becoming more and more aware of the challenges that older people have. Our commitment to healthy and active aging has been introduced into a number of policy documents. We have also made significant improvements into the social security system. We focused on increasing the pensions for those who have lower pensions. We have increased by 90% the minimum pension in the past 8 months. Another tool that supports lower-income families and specifically pensioners with low income is the social aid program. We spend almost 1% of our public budget on this means-tested minimum income mechanism. We have also made important regulatory changes to home care services in order to allow more older people to benefit from these free-of-charge services. We also opened 14 community integrated care centers that provide medical and social care for older people. Of course, we can go on and on telling you how many good things we did, but we still have many deficits when it comes to involving older people in our social life. Still, our companies are reluctant to hire older people. In many job announcements, age is a condition. Also, education system is not open to all the people. Master's degree programs do not integrate older people. Some subsidy schemes from the government for the business development or for homes are also restrictive to older people. So we have to improve the access to these services to older people. This segment of population does not sufficiently participate in policy making. We don't have a real consultative body that would take into account the interest of older people. So in this respect, we started discussions with some other countries to learn from their experience, and we will build a specific consultative body for older people, and we are committed to do this very soon. Also, I would like, as a last point, to benefit from our presence at this conference and to invite the countries to cooperate on social security agreements. This is a very important instrument for countries like Moldova that have many of our citizens working abroad here in Italy and in other countries, in Portugal as well, in France, in Spain, and UK, and so on. We have already signed social security agreements with many countries, and we are currently negotiating with France, Latvia, Spain. We would like to negotiate with Ireland, UK, Serbia, and Azerbaijan. This is a very important instrument to ensure that people that contributed to the wealth, to the development of two countries or more countries, they are also rewarded in the countries where they have worked. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this conference, and looking forward to continue cooperation on bilateral level with all participating countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel, for your interesting views, not only sharing what you've been doing, but also the challenges we have and the answers we need to give, namely in terms of coordinating the relation between countries and how we have to guarantee these for migrants that go from one country to another. How can we guarantee these for the future? Well, I would like to call Ms. Darija, Minister of Labor, Employment, Veteran and Social Affairs of Serbia for her initial statement.
Dear colleagues, as most of the countries in Europe, Serbia also is facing with the aging population, with consecutive decreasing in proportion of the population in the youngest ages groups. And through comprehensive and cross-sectional approach in the domain of analysis, strategic and policy work, and concrete measures in the community, we are directing our resources to understand and mitigate its negative effects. I am glad to know that this work is recognized in the region and that Serbia is seen as the leader in these efforts. We have implemented intergenerational approach with a holistic view to demographic change and lifelong approach that recognizes the benefits of planning ahead at the individual and social level to understand that aging is a lifelong process. In cooperation with Statistical Office of Serbia, UNFPA supported the first national transfer accounts for Serbia as a flagship project of the UNFPA Demographic Resilience Program. This analysis was carried out in 2021 and illustrates that 63.6% of public resources in our country is directed to older persons. We have continued to contribute and convene similar activities throughout the region, such as the Regional Joint Program, upholding the rights and dignity of older persons through health social care and enabling environments in Europe and Central Asia, of UNFPA, WHO, UNECE, and Help Age International. In light of our responding to COVID-19 pandemic with a special attention to older persons, we have joined forces with several other countries in the region, and we conducted a special survey on the effects of COVID on loneliness and social isolation of older persons. The report illustrates that Serbia had significant risk factors in positive social support, network size, and satisfaction with health. With Moldova and Ukraine, we conducted research on how gender-based violence affects older women. This research showed on completely new topic. It is violence against older women, and it has been estimated that about 17% of older women reported exposure to violence in the last 12 months. The Equality Commissioner in 2021 published a special report on discrimination against older citizens and presented it to the National Assembly. An integral part of it is research on position of older people in Serbia. The report emphasizes different manifestations of discrimination against older citizens, the heterogeneity on this population, and factors contributing to the specific and increased vulnerability of some of its members. Age discrimination is a very important aspect of that deserves special attention, and we are proud to report that in Serbia we have organized in Belgrade, in our capital, in September 2021 regional launch on the first UN Global Report on Ageism, this report is very inspiring for all of us. After defining the nature of ageism, it is summarized the best evidence about the scale, the impacts and the determinants of ageism, and the most effective strategy to reduce it. And what has MIPA report indicated that needs to be done in the future? First of all, we need to invest in developing intergenerational cooperation and exchange with full respect for human rights for all generations and access to necessary services and to the labor market. Also, we need strategically plan the integration of long-term care services into a single system that will be easier to coordinate, more efficient in providing services to more beneficiaries, especially in environments where these services are currently difficult to access. And also, we need to fully recognize the crucial role of informal carriers in providing longer-term care. And finally, we should strongly invest in a strategy towards the development of geriatric medicine, and it means that more geriatricians, more geriatric nurses, and professional care providers is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darija. Now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Guy Opperman, Minister for Pensions and Financial Inclusion of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The floor is now yours.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much indeed. I want to thank the UNECE for their constructive approach, the invitation to be with you today, and the opportunity to come and learn and share best practice. It is good that we all are here, and it is credit to the UNECE that all countries are invited, even Russia, and we allowed Russia to speak. But I believe that it is appropriate that if Russia is able to speak, we should be able to reply, and sanctions were specifically raised, and I am proud to say that I am part of a legislature that passed sanctions against Russia. And I would respectfully suggest to the Russian Federation that if they left Ukraine, the sanctions would end. You are an invader, sir. Go home, leave the 44 million people in Ukraine alone. We are discussing today the rights and welfare of the elderly, of which there are millions in Ukraine. If you do leave, then sanctions can be considered, and you are excluded from the SWIFT banking system for a reason that is self-evident, and that will continue, as will all sanctions, until you leave Ukraine. I'm delighted to return to what I was meant to speak about today. So there are many comments made today and yesterday about the strategic importance of support for the elderly. I'd like to try and address the ability to intervene at an earlier stage. So clearly, I can point to the fact that several countries, including the United Kingdom, have had workplace pensions which obviously augment the state pension. I can clearly point to the development of lifelong learning, that you do not stop your learning when you leave university or college or further education. And I can clearly point to the fact that the whole concept of fuller working lives requires a different approach to the job that you do when you're 18, 25, 35, to the job that you will be doing when you are 45, 55, and 65. There is one intervention I want to share with you, which I believe is definitely of great assistance to anybody who is attempting to manage the elderly population on a long-term basis, and that is a midlife assessment. A midlife assessment is something done as a preemptive strike. It is done something well in advance of our citizens reaching pensionable age. And it looks at three key things. It looks at wealth, work, and well-being. The well-being is simple. Far too many of our citizens do not see a doctor on a regular basis. If only they did, we would be able to, as a state, save a huge amount of money that we will subsequently be spending upon them to ensure that their health is in a better place. They would also be able to stay at work longer. They would also be able to contribute and support themselves longer. The second is work. It is addressing how it is that individuals can continue to stay in employment and to continue to support themselves, but not necessarily in the employment they were trained for or they have done for the previous 20 or 30 years. And the final thing is wealth. There is a whole bunch of assessments that have been done that people are not taking sufficient account of their long-term savings and their pensions in advance of reaching pensionable age. So the key is to identify, address, and educate the individual constituent of your country at a sufficiently advanced time that they can do something about it. So the midlife assessment is particularly for those between the age of 45 and 50, and we are piloting a bunch of interventions. One is online, one is through job center, employment centers, and the other is private sector led. All of which are there to try and ensure that there is that addressing of specific interventions that people will then change their lifestyle well in advance of reaching pensionable age. That, we believe, is the way ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Anad Aliyev, Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Protection of Population of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the government of Republic of Azerbaijan, let me express my gratitude to the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, as well as the government of Italy for hosting this conference. This conference, 20 years after the adoption of the Madrid Plan of Action, provides new stimulus for political solutions to the challenges of population aging. The declaration to be adopted at this conference reflects the need to develop a new approach to guarantee all the rights of the older people, taking into account the painful impact of COVID-19 pandemic and social economic challenges to the global world has faced in recent years. Ensuring the rights of the older people and provision of comprehensive social protection is one of the priorities of the Azerbaijani government. Paying tribute to national traditions, older persons are broadly involved in social and political life of the country, especially in the upbringing of young people, and actively participate in cultural events of the country. Azerbaijan is one of the countries that have made great progress in recent decades in terms of economic, social, and public development. The policy goals aimed at fostering social protection are fully in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. From the first days, the Azerbaijani government took the necessary steps to combat the pandemic. The coverage of social support activities implemented by the national government reached about 5 million people. Since 2018, 3 social reform packages have been implemented, covering 4 million people, with additional annual funding of 6 billion manats. It's approximately $3.5 billion. Over the past 4 years, social benefits increased by 2.7 times, minimum pensions by 2.2 times, minimum wage by 2.3 times, average wage by 41%, average pensions by 75%. Those centers provide full transparency, accessibility, and convenience in provision of more than 154 types of social services. One of the activities of those centers is the involvement of older persons in volunteer activities together with the youth within the framework of Silver Friend program. Since 2018, significant results have been achieved in the field of full automation of all social services provided by the Ministry. At present, 110 services out of 173 are delivered on a single electronic platforms, 48 of which are provided proactively. Over the past period, 388,000 electronic assignments of pensions, benefits, and other social payments have been carried out without application or submission of any documents. For the first time in our country, the e-social portal ensured the formation of a social register. This portal enables citizens through personal accounts to track information on employment contracts, pensions, social security benefits, disability, and rehabilitation. International institutions such as the United Nations Development Programme, the Population Fund, and others are closely involved in solving the problems of elderly. As a part of one of the joint projects with the UNFPA, the Active Aging Index was developed and presented in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the 44-day patriotic war in 2020, the occupied territories of our country were liberated after 30 years occupation. The liberated territories will be transformed into green energy areas. The smart cities and smart villages will be built, giving priority to innovation and technological development. At the same time, decent and safe living for the population returning to their native lands will be ensured. In conclusion, I'd like to once again thank the organizers for hospitality and excellent conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anar. Now we will move to some interventions from several representatives that inscribe themselves. I'll pass the floor to Ms. Justina, Vice Minister of Social Security and Labor of the Republic of Lithuania.
Thank you very much. Our Vice Minister unfortunately have to leave, so I will make your presentation. Dear ministers, dear experts, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for United Nations and Italian government for organizing this conference. Thank you also for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. Preparing for aging is both an individual and societal theme of our time, which is possible to develop when all United Nations and UNECE members are reaching for peace and not starting the war. I want to use this opportunity to express once again Lithuania's solidarity and support to Ukraine and to its people who are showing resilience and courage in war. Today we are discussing about rights of older people, but in Ukraine, older and disabled people are dying every day, killed by soldiers. Older and disabled Ukrainians are not mobile and cannot leave their bombarded homes and run away from the aggression. They cannot reach European Union and other safe neighborhood country border and get any humanitarian help. Lithuania is making all effort to support the Ukrainian people fleeing the war. More than 55 Ukrainians have arrived in Lithuania so far, majority women and children, disabled, older Ukrainians. We are provided with housing, food, medical care, psychological support, social services, and access to labor market. In Lithuania, as in many European countries, the population is aging. Well, I would like to state that elders are powerful resource for society. Elders play important social, cultural, and economical roles in their families and communities. First of all, I need to address aging as an equality issue, aiming to uphold human rights, equality at all ages, and to address all those barriers that keep us from living fairly and freely as equals we are older. A strategic approach is fundamental in creating favorable conditions and opportunities for all the people. First, the program of the government of the Republic of Lithuania provides commitment to prepare the tool for labor and civil activities of all the person, healthy aging, tourism, entrepreneurship, and learning, to engage higher education institutions and private sector to expand social innovation. Second, the program of development of solidarity aims to solve the problems related to poverty and social isolation of older persons, to increase their opportunities to stay in the labor market and to participate actively in social life by developing the integrated social services in compliance with their needs and reinforcing financial safety of older persons. Lithuania is making every effort to ensure the financial security of older people. The pensions of social insurance have been increased consistently. We attempt to improve the situation of older people in labor market by implementing employment policy which targets to promote employment for all those who are able and willing to work. Besides, we have been developing services for older persons by improving their quality and accessibility. In the area of education, the best international practice was used to develop the activities of universities of third age. A special program targeted at improving health of older people was approved in the area of health protection. This program focuses on health education of older persons. Together with OECD experts, we are implementing the project supported by European Commission to create a model of favorable conditions for integration of older persons in social, political, cultural life and their occupation. The model will be prepared containing the tools and methods to create favorable opportunities and conditions for integration of older peoples into political, social, and cultural life. Let me conclude by saying that it is essential to involve older persons in making decisions at national and local levels when socioeconomic policy is formed, as well as their participation in the life of society and community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lithuania. Now I'll pass the floor to Mrs. Ildis Polotova, Deputy Minister of Labor, Social Security and Migration of the Kyrgyz Republic.
Добрый день, уважаемая председатель конференции, уважаемые участники конференции.
Dear participants, today's conference, let me, on behalf of the Cabinet of Ministries and the delegation of the Kyrgyzstan Republic, let me thank the organizers for this kind invitation. Aging is a very important transformation in modern world. The population, from the demographic point of view, is a younger population. 50% are in the working age, have Nowadays, over 65 people represent 5%, but according to UN estimate, people being more than 65% reach 7%. The analysis of this trend shows the increase of the demographic law that will have an impact on all the spheres of society. State policy on older people is conceived in line with the UN Convention, with MIPA, and with the local regulation. State policy aims, first of all, to help to encourage the individual development, considering the 2030 goals, SDGs. Our national strategies to develop by 2040 aims to develop all citizens' life, in particular considering the SDGs, leaving no one behind, improving the quality of life for older people is part of these strategies. Nowadays, we cooperate with the active aging platform countries, and that implies the participation of our government and also all the other stakeholders. In addition to that, we are for a bottom-up approach. Older people should have the chance to benefit from different kinds of retirement funds. If we increase these funds, living conditions improve, as well as home care for those who need it. A great attention is paid to the access for older people to services, social services included. And we pay attention to additional state aids to develop quality services. That is why we have to invest to find additional resources for rural areas in particular. Today, aging implies for all the countries to review welfare state policy and also migration policy to regulate migration flows in compliance with the program we adopted for that. Demographic policy should imply specific measures concerning older people. There is a new national action plan in order to achieve gender equality. That implies additional provisions in order to increase economic opportunities and employment opportunities for women. Talking about gender policy, we have to underline that it is necessary to achieve gender equality in reality, in tangible terms. Otherwise, the society does not perceive it as an achieved goal. For example, there are gender differences in terms of aging as well. Outstanding outcomes have been achieved in terms of support to older people. So we have to emphasize the positive aspects of cooperation, the possibility to learn from other countries' lessons. Nowadays, we are here to join our efforts for aging throughout life. Participating to these congresses is very important indeed. Thanks to UNFPA, a program will be right down for an active aging. A pandemic crisis, climate changes, require additional measures in order to protect older people. That is why we have to improve the existing measures in order to integrate IT tools, in order to create digital platforms. It is important to use census data as well. We carried out a census last spring, and that provided useful data concerning older people. For the first time, some indicators have been taken into account concerning Washington Group. Dear participants, our delegation considers the participation to these events a great opportunity in order to exchange experiences so that our vision that aims not to leave anyone behind is perceived worldwide. And so we have to find the right balance among all these topics. Thank you very much.
Sildis, now I'll pass the floor to Ms. Virginie Lasserre, General Director for Social Cohesion at the Ministry for Solidarity and Health of France.
Merci beaucoup, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres. Je serai brève, mais quelques mots pour rappeler qu'en
Ladies and
France,
gentlemen, distinguished ministers, I'll be brief. By 2030, people aged over 65 years, for the first time, will outnumber the people who will be 15 or less. So we are confronted with a key challenge. The society not only should adjust to population aging, but it should also act so that this population aging goes to the benefit of the whole community. I would like to give you 3 concrete examples of public policies targeting the elderly, having consequences for the entire society. Policies for the accompaniment towards the aging, referring to housing, ambitious policies. We have renewed and remodeled private houses between 2014-2017. 4,000 houses were restructured. There are also policies to accompany the elderly, which favor integrated innovation. These policies are this innovation is integrated into housing. So these are shared houses and supported, funded by the state. There are social workers fostering this coexistence between people belonging to different age groups. Then we have policies accompanying towards aging. We've debated a lot about this topic on this occasion. So intergenerational contacts are of extreme importance. In France, we have a concrete example. In 2021, we created the civic service of solidarity for seniors. Young volunteers who commit to help older people. 300,000 older people shall be accompanied and aided by young people carrying out a civic service. We have policies targeted for the older people, focusing on health, social, and occupational domain. And I insist on this because policies targeted for older people can be implemented only if we meet the requirements and the needs of caregivers and nurses to work not only in nursing homes, but also when it comes to providing healthcare services at home. As I said earlier to my colleague from Moldova, 350,000 people in France will have to be hired in the healthcare sector. This implies an increase in salaries. Maybe this has not been carried out enough, but we should also provide specific programs and constant programs. So we should organize, and we are organizing training for migrants, for refugees. We organize training programs for management, and we also train people when it comes to communication. We should attract young people so that the healthcare sector becomes attractive for them. We do need staff members, but it is also a social challenge for us. It is a challenge based on intergenerational relationships and a social challenge for all of us. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Floor to Ms. Mary Butler, Minister of State for Mental Health and Older People of Ireland.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and colleagues, for the last 2 decades, Ireland has been integrating ageing issues into all relevant policy fields at national and local level. Ireland's current programme for government has a vision of creating an age-friendly Ireland, including older people in the core framework for policy and service delivery across government. This ensures that ageing is not just a health issue, but requires a whole-of-government approach to address a range of social, economic and environmental factors that affect the lives of our ageing citizens. Across Ireland, there is very tangible evidence showing how our society is preparing for population ageing. We can see age-friendly car parking spaces being installed, age-friendly towns, hospitals and primary care centres, and a wide range of initiatives that enables older people to continue to contribute to the development of their societies. This is a direct result of policy integration and innovative partnership between government departments, local authorities and associated organisations such as Age Friendly Ireland. Our efforts have been internationally recognised. In 2019, Ireland was the first country in the world to be fully affiliated to the World Health Organization Global Age-Friendly Programme. We take our position and responsibility in this regard very seriously. We constantly strive to understand the diverse and the evolving needs of older people in our communities across Ireland, whether rural or urban dwellers, younger or older, diverse ethnic groups, members of the traveller community, older people with disabilities, LGBTI+ older people, and other minorities. Over the last 10 years, over 20,000 older people have participated in consultations across Ireland through town hall meetings, older persons councils, roundtable discussions, focus groups and workshops. 20 years onwards from the adoption of Madrid Implementation Plan of Action on Ageing, we must ensure we are constantly evolving. The next step will be to fully adopt a holistic life course and equitable approach to mainstream ageing, which integrates a dual response to both population and individual ageing. Only then will we truly fulfil the commitments we adopted 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Georgios Stamatis, Secretary General for Social Solidarity and Fight Against Poverty, from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs of Greece.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In the coming decades, the number of older people in the UAE is expecting to increase. And we think there's actually a good news. This means that we live longer, we are healthier and more active when we are the same age in previous generations. In that aspect, the aging society is not a problem, but an opportunity for all of us. Preparing for aging population is vital to the achievement of integrating 2030 agenda with aging, cutting across the goals on poverty, eradication, good health, gender equality, economic growth, reducing inequalities and sustainable cities. Therefore, while it is essential to address the inclusion and vulnerability of our older person, it is not more important to go beyond treating older person as a vulnerable group. Older person must be recognized as the active agents of development in order to achieve truly inclusive and sustainable development outcomes. To this end, comprehensive and targeted measures should be taken in order to mainstream aging and address inequalities due to age. To name some examples, older women must be encouraged to live without discrimination on any ground and be a part of the recovery and resilience plans after the COVID-19 pandemic, since they were in the front line in dealing with it. In this respect, some of our national priorities based on the National Action Plan on Gender Equality are as follows. Provide support for older women to eliminate multiple discrimination and remove social inclusion through encouraging their participation to society, providing them with basic digital skills training in order to help them in the labor market, etc., etc. Second, measures should be taken to promote the participation of older persons to the labor market, taking into consideration the difficulties they are facing to renegade due to long-term unemployment. In Greece, we are implementing multiple active labor programs addressed also to older workers and long-term unemployment, who are often people over the age of 50. It goes without saying that the working experience and knowledge of older persons is necessary to enterprise and younger workers. The labor cost may be higher for older persons, preventing employers from hiring them. To this end, the Ministry of Labor in Greece implements programs that provide employers with initiatives to hear older workers and then promote active aging. Last but not least, in the field of social solidarity, our country has included the elderly and the beneficiary groups of the National Strategy for Social Inclusion and Poverty Reduction for the program period 2019 to 2027. By adopting an inclusive approach in the design and implementation of policies and measures for vulnerable groups. It is also important to foster cooperation and coordination among relevant ministry and bodies in order to ensure that all actions are integrated in general context of national planning. To this end, the Ministry of Labor has established a special working group for the social protection for the elderly with wide participation. To conclude, I would like to emphasize the importance of consultations with the civil society working for the promotion for the rights for older persons, as well as the international fora as this successful conference, where good practices can be exchanged and useful solutions can be proposed to promote age mainstream and create equal and inclusive societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgios. Now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Abdulaziz Kaydarov, Executive Director of Off-Budget Pension Fund under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Уважаемые коллеги, представители международной организации,
Dear colleagues, delegates, representative of international organizations, I'm happy to be here representing my country to this event by UNECE, devoted to aging. First of all, I would like to thank UNECE, Italian government, for having organized this event. Our government pays special attention to these problems. It is proved by the increase year after year of the budget resources allocated for that. During the latest 6 years, financial resources for older people increased by 6 times, approximately 60%, as well as the costs for social measures by the state. Talking about support to older people, I would like to mention what we have done during the latest years. First of all, I have to mention the IT system. One single system to provide social welfare, social assistance. Thanks to this system, it is now easier to apply for social aids. And the process of granting these aids has been computerized in a transparent way. In addition, an important step concerns the state guarantees in order to check minimum costs, minimum guarantees, taking into account social risks and minimum pensions for older people or for all people with disabilities. In addition to that, we also give a definition of a low-income family in compliance with the specific criteria. In addition to that, the state provides its support, social justice, in particular for specific difficult conditions. Pandemic had an impact on the social sphere. Our country wants to protect, to uphold rights of all individuals through specific provisions aiming to improve the supports. During the latest 5 years in our country, we paved the way for our future. We adopted a strategy up to 26, and one of the key targets of this strategy, we find a social justice policy, the development of human capital, support towards people for a lifelong indignity. We have an institute named Mahalai Institute. It is an NGO which hosts 5,000 people. 10% of them are old people. And our government also includes a special department for old men and women. In our country, several events took place, and we spent many years to pay attention to old people, to care old people. Last year, the number of retired people is equal to 36 million people. Last year, we provided services, interactive services and IT services to our country. People needing care, people living in loneliness, receive a subsidy to pay bills, to pay utilities and other services. People requiring drugs care are hosted in care systems for free, and they receive drugs for free. Older people with serious pathologies or serious disabilities less for they are entitled to free subscriptions for sporting activities, such as swimming pools, and so on and so forth. Older people are entitled to have free tickets for cinemas, theaters. People with disability are entitled to receive a monthly amount to pay what they need. Once a year, they receive sums of money to buy clothes, and they are entitled to have free tickets for transportation. Medical assistance is for free at some specific and specialized centers. These people don't have to pay if they go to these centers. And sometimes they're also hosted in these centers, so they don't have to pay for the accommodation or for food. There are also tax facilities for older people. For example, there are facilities for taxes on land. They don't have to pay taxes on land. And these are just a few examples. Moreover, a new subsidy has been introduced for women, old women, who have children with disabilities. Often, these women have to care about these children who cannot work. In order to widen up the range of social services, we also established an agency for social and health services for older people, for people who have a low income or for other people in need. And so if you want to apply for health care for older people, you have to go to these centers. And you have a responsible person for every six older people. So you have a social worker for a group of 6 older people. And this social assistant, a social worker, deals with issues related to daily lives. The age for retirement has not changed. 56 for women, 50 for men. When employer terminates the working contract, there are some facilities, some aids. We want to develop a strategy by 2030 in order to face aging. There will be 2 phases, medium term and long term. That implies social services, programs for employment. We have to set up a transparent system. We have to be more effective through the existing programs. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that this Congress will be very useful for further development of our work. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. I think the critical and challenging moments we face show how interested we were all in participating and how the debate was so intense, and that's why we are running a little bit out of schedule, because the participation was so interesting and intense. I think it was, we can say from all of us, how interested it was to see how we have so many similar problems, but how we are also finding some innovative solutions and trying to cope and identify exactly new ways to address this very challenging area, which is a survival and determinant area for all of us. The way we can find new solutions, share these different models that are being implemented all over our countries, I think this is also a way to inspire ourselves. Well, as it was so intense, the participation, we will have to move on, and we've heard all the countries that had pre-registered, and we have to move on. I'm sorry to guarantee that we can achieve our goals during this meeting. So now I will have to pass the floor to sum up our session and welcome our rapporteur, Ms. Marta Diavolova. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Do you hear me? No? Do you hear me now? Oops, Sorry. Oh, now the mic is on. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to give a snapshot of what has been said, but as you rightly underlined, the richness of this discussion was really fascinating. And we heard a lot of new solutions. Some of the suggested directions of work are clearly the answers of the 21st century and aging policies that can address the new demographic shifts. It was also inspiring to hear the experiences and the energy of looking for solutions that can benefit others. So definitely this space here provided a platform for not only sharing similar challenges, but also looking together for common solutions in the way forward. I would say that the discussion was under the slogan equal rights and equal opportunities for all in the society. It is also important to highlight that several speakers indicated that COVID-19 put at the spotlight the needs of older persons, but actually brought on the surface issues that were there in the society for some time, and galvanized the intention and aspirations to address and mainstream aging to advance a society for all ages. It is also important to underline that building understanding of older persons was one of the stream of efforts which several speakers shared, being through different research tools and methods, being through census, conducting the census and utilizing the data for better understanding the diversity among older persons. And definitely this is not a homogeneous group that requires more attention and in-depth understanding of the needs. So as this was one of the stream of interventions, hand in hand with these social reforms, diversifying service provision, looking at quality of services, improving access, financing mechanisms was another stream of shared experience. It was underlined, and for me, it was fascinating to hear that lifelong learning becomes a more and more a central piece for the opportunities at all ages. Entrepreneurship, business opportunities was another area of work that many of the speakers undermined as a priority for their governments in the countries to diversify the opportunities and modalities of engagement of older persons and keeping the options open as the aspirations are unlimited at any age. With the mobility in Europe and migration flows, it was underlined that the social security agreements needs to be given more and more attention, and instruments needs to be put in place to support the rights and the aspirations of older persons as they move around, but also to provide them with dignity and respect, and human rights are equally important, irrespectively of the legal status of older persons in different countries. New modalities like national transfer accounts, active aging index were also highlighted as initiatives that are building momentum across Europe and Central Asia, and several countries highlighted the utilization of these modalities to inform better their policies and look at how effective they are. Gender-based violence was also brought to the attention of the audience, underlying that discrimination is there. We need to look careful who are those people experiencing discrimination and stigma related on the age ground, but also how the violence of older persons can impact the individuals and societies as a whole. Generating data and understanding of this phenomena will be a challenge, but also opportunities to achieve the SDGs, as several speakers underlined, that this is the cost of the achievements we aim by 2030. there is no success story of sustainable development goals without addressing the needs and rights of older persons. It was underlined the intergenerational collaboration and solidarity, voluntarism, and working together, transferring the wisdom and aspiration of older and younger as equal member of the communities they belong. Some of the countries shared experience of the prevention measures, and interesting example was fascinating to hear at the middle life assessment that actually is preparing the age group of 45 to 50 to look at their prospects later in life in terms of well-being, employment opportunities, but also financial stability, and in a way to revisit their lifestyle and work on their personal prospects for well-being and good life and older age. Social protection measures, several countries put it high on the priority and invested in reforms, as well as increasing the social benefits and service provision. Diversification was high on the priorities of several of the interventions. Utilizing digitalization, technological development benefits are equally important for older persons in terms of provision of services, information, equipping them to overcome some of the access challenges, and this is an area where could be invested more and utilized to bring to the benefit to the whole society. Social innovation, entrepreneurship, quality of services and accessibility, health literacy at all ages is equally important for a healthy lifestyle and benefit later in life. Bottom-up approach, the role of local authorities, rural area, and special attention to those who live in remote areas was underlined several times with interesting suggestions for the way forward. Housing, intergenerational solidarity, changes of some of the sectors in terms of business opportunities, reprofiling and increasing the job creation opportunities are avenues to be further learned, benefited, and invested more between the countries in terms of understanding and building those opportunities to understand not only the policy response, but also the losses and opportunities in terms of gains for the society. Many speakers underlined the role of the partnerships and redesigning the collaboration within the societies and between the different groups in shaping and contributing to the policy implementation, development, evaluation, and reframing the direction of work. It was underlined several times, again and again, involvement of older persons of all stages in decision-making is crucial to make a success story of the country. Integration of national plans and working with civil society, this is another area given important attention by all speakers. Access to cultural programs, sport facilities, even looking at the taxation policies that they can benefit the older persons was given as an example, and the role of social workers. Definitely this is something we need to look together and reframe this direction of this profession to be modernized and strengthened in terms of support and function within the community. Improving effectiveness of the existing programs and initiatives is to unleash the potential this has in place, equally important hand in hand with the reforms that are ongoing. So this is more or less in a nutshell some of the highlights as they were mentioned throughout this session. Thank you very much for the opportunity to summarize.
Bravo.
Yeah. We also. And then. So, thank you so much, Marta. I think we were all inspired by your sum up and by all the sharing that we had during this session. And now we will have to move on to our closing session, taking part from now, which I think we are all waiting and expecting, because we will have a very important outcome from these days of work. Well, now we'll move on to our closing session. Can I move on to the closing session? Yes. Am I authorized? Yes. Well, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important session, as the Ministerial Declaration will be adopting during it. I am here, as you know, in substitution of the conference chair, Mrs. Elena Bonetti, as she had to leave unexpectedly. Well, she was delegated the responsibility of sharing this plenary session, and she handed it over to me. So, dear delegations, as you all are aware, the final text of the Ministerial Declaration was distributed to you before the session. But I would like to point that there was just a change of technical nature in paragraphs 6E and 33, where the term self-determination was replaced by individual autonomy to be consistent with internationally agreed language used also in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I would like now to invite the ministers and heads of delegations to adopt the final text of the declaration by acclamation. We did it. We did it. Thank you all. This is a moment to celebrate the achievements of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mrs. Olga Agayarova, the UNECE Executive Secretary, for her remarks. Dear Olga, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Yes, we did it. Thank you all. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, I'm greatly honored to address this conference at this particular moment, and I wish to congratulate all of us, all of you, for the adoption of the Rome Ministerial Declaration. Let me, at this moment, to read out again the title of our declaration: A Sustainable World for All Ages, Joining Forces for Solidarity and Equal Opportunities Throughout Life. To me, ladies and gentlemen, these words are the embodiment of a commitment for even closer cooperation to achieve a world in which everyone at any age can live their life to the fullest. The title of the declaration also demonstrates the consensus of UNECE member states on the importance of sustainability, solidarity between generations, and of upholding human rights. Dear colleagues, we live in times of crisis which may not be the most conducive to visionary and forward-looking social and aging policies. The COVID-19 pandemic has dominated our thinking and action for over 2 years and brought with itself the revival of many ageist stereotypes. We are all concerned about the recent developments in our region and the raging conflict in Ukraine, where we witness the suffering of men and women, the young and the older, and an unforgivable loss of human potential across generations. And we also observe economic, social, and environmental challenges emerging across the globe. However, during this conference, I have seen that the topic of population aging is taken into serious consideration in policy circles and among researchers, civil society in our region. It may get less media coverage these days. but the topic of population aging will stay with us in the foreseeable future and will continue to shape the future of our societies. Having witnessed your many engaged discussions over the last days, even last minutes, I'm confident that the topic is in the hands of responsible leaders. I wish you determination in enacting the policies that you have today agreed on in our ministerial declaration. At the same time, I would like to reassure all of you that the UNECE Secretariat remains committed to assisting you in your follow-up actions. I was also very happy to see that you have reaffirmed in the declaration your commitment to the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging and your appreciation of the work of our Secretariat. I would like to mention that many of UNECE population activities rely on additional financial contributions from member states. In recent years, we have received significant contributions from a number of countries, which allowed the Standing Working Group to broaden its scope and increase its relevance. Your financial contributions also greatly supported our small secretariat team, and my humble thanks to all of you for this. We'll continue to support the international exchanges between countries on aging policies and good practices. We are also committed to continue our capacity development activities to help you achieve the goals of the Rome Declaration. Let me read them out once again. First, promoting active and healthy aging throughout life. Second, ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families. And finally, mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. Our Rome Declaration goes beyond these commitments. It spells out UNECE member states' ambition to update the regional implementation strategy of Madrid Plan of Action and possibly Madrid Plan of Action itself. I salute this ambition and can assure member states of our full support to its realization. Our discussions over the past days have shown that 20 years after Madrid and Berlin, the time is ripe for an update reflecting our changed reality, emerging challenges and new priorities. Throughout this process, we will count on the crucial support of civil society and of the scientific research community. We have strong foundations to build on, with both of these groups of key stakeholders strongly integrated in the Standing Working Group on Aging and actively engaged in its work. We will maintain these close ties and will facilitate exchanges between governments, NGOs, and researchers to achieve more inclusive and evidence-based policies. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we are approaching the end of our conference, allow me to express my gratitude to all government delegations, to the representatives of civil society and the scientific community for their contributions. I'm grateful to the Presidency of the Council of Ministers of Italy and to the Ministry of Labour and Social Policies of Italy for hosting our conference. I would also like to thank the organizing teams on both the Italian and the UNECE side, interpreters, and all those who helped us make this conference a success. I hope that the spirit of partnership and commitment that we have felt at the Rome Ministerial Conference will remain with us in all the years ahead. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Olga. The implementation of our declaration is indeed of crucial importance in achieving our common goals and maintain and keep the spirit alive of this inspiration we all gathered here together. I would also like to thank, of course, the Declaration Drafting Group and the Secretariat for their amazing work during the drafting and negotiation of the text. A big thanks to all of you, and I would call for an applause.
We deserve.
finally, let me introduce Ms. Daniela Bas, Director of Division for Inclusive Social Development from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to comment on taking the regional commitment to implementing MIPA further to the global level in 2023. Daniela, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear delegates. I like actions more than words, and I'm sure that you will remember this. So, it's a real pleasure, actually, to be here. And I'm very grateful also for the government of Italy and my colleagues from the European Commission to have invited me to share a few words in this closure of this extremely important Ministerial Conference on Aging. And at the outset, I really wish to express also my thanks to the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Europe, her team, my team, if you allow me. There is a colleague of mine, Amal, whom you might have had a chance to know throughout these days. She is very experienced on aging. And I also wish to thank the panelists and the whole civil society. We really needed to work very closely together. The civil society, for me, for us, is not only NGOs, but it's also the private sector and the academia. All of this is a civil society. So I do hope that those of you from the civil society here present will engage also the private sector more and the academia. As we know, the General Assembly in 2002 endorsed the Madrid Plan of Action. We have been talking about it these days. The systemic review and appraisal of the plan provides impetus for its successful implementation. The UN regional commissions, including the one we are here these days, play a critical role for us there in New York, in what I call sometimes the ivory tower, but actually we work a lot there at global level. You can imagine how complicated it can be to listen to 194 countries, what they're doing on a specific topic like aging, for instance, and summarize all of those inputs from member states, private sector, NGOs, academia, individuals in 8,500 words in the UN Secretary General report, that then it is presented to you, member states, for your considerations and your deliberations. So it's a huge work, and thanks to the various commissions like this one and your contribution to this commission, then we will bring, hopefully, all of you together next February at the Commission on Social Development that takes place every February in New York. Your presence will be extremely important in order to make sure that what has been discussed today and the declaration that you have adopted will be included and integrated into a more global conversation. It's not easy. As I say, it's like when you, in the evening, go home and there are 5 members of the family and you have to decide what you want to eat. There are always conversations, I would like to eat this or I would like to eat that. So you can imagine when you have to set the table for 194 countries and decide which menu we're all going to eat together. So it's complicated, and I really count very much on our colleagues from the Economic Commission for Europe of the United Nations. And I will not highlight anything because the rapporteur has done an amazing work, which was really difficult and complicated. I would like, though, to bring to your attention that the proclamation of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, which builds on the Madrid International Plan of Action, presents an opportunity for collective action with the diverse stakeholders that I have just mentioned, a few of them, to enable older persons, I turned out 61 yesterday, so I'm getting there, to do what we value, what we retain, to have the ability to retain making decisions, preserve our purpose, identify who we are, keep our independence, and I would encourage to rethink, where needed, the strengthening of social protection floors, essential. Therefore, I would invite all of you to contribute, if you wish, with topics related to aging that you have been discussing these days, with your voluntary national reports to the high-level political forum that takes place this July in New York. That will be so important. It will also enable, as a kind of a turbo, if you wish, to promote and accelerate, wherever possible, the 2030 Agenda, which is a human rights-based document, and move on also with your conversations where you feel on conventions and so on. The last thing I would like to say is please keep identifying the prevalent and emerging issues together with the policy options, develop policies. If we have strong policy frameworks at national level, then it is much easier to implement human rights, or rights in general. For that, we need to develop strong social, in this case, policy frameworks. And to ensure that we can more easily overcome social economic inequalities as well as the environmental ones, to ensure that older persons live with security, dignity, and participate in their societies as citizens. And I will conclude by telling you what Jeff Sachs, who is a Nobel Prize on economy, told me a few days ago. He said, Daniela, the world is moving towards becoming more and more digital, even though 2/3 of the world do not even know what's broadband, okay? So no access to internet, but we're here. So you know what we're talking about. We're lucky enough to have access to internet. And artificial intelligence is really becoming a new way of looking at the world. It means robotics. It means that robots will do much of the work we're doing now, certain kinds of work. So what kind of older persons are we visioning from here until the year 2050, for instance? That is the youth of today who are going to be old people of tomorrow. And there are three things that we should really think very seriously when we talk about older persons of today and tomorrow. Education, updating skills constantly, and the third one is leisure time. There will be a lot of leisure time. So we really have to build a future where services are available and accessible to all, leaving no one behind. It doesn't matter the age, the gender, or the ability. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniela, for such an inspiring speech. Well, as we approach the end of the conference, I would like to invite Lisa Worth from the Secretariat to briefly outline the main aspects of the draft report of the conference.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could we have the presentation, please? I don't have the... Thank you. So, as it's usual practice, at the end of the conference, we show on screen the various items and decisions taken. So if you spot any mistakes, that you can let us know. Otherwise, we will assume that you all agree. So during this conference, we had 43 country delegations present from UNECE member states, as well as the Holy See as an observer country. Several international organizations, WHO, UNFPA, Council of Europe, the European Commission, OECD, and various of our colleagues from the United Nations, as well as representatives of civil society and scientific research. Next slide, please. So the first decision yesterday morning was the election of the chair and vice chairs of the conference. You see them here on screen. We had the chair, Elena Bonetti, Minister for Equal Opportunities and Family of Italy, and the two vice chairs, Minister of Social Protection of Estonia, Messigna Rizalo, and the Minister of Labor, Solidarity and Social Security, Ana Mendes Godinho. So I think we all agree, no objections. Next slide, please. Then here we have the main items of the opening plenary, the launch of the MIPA Plus 20 and synthesis reports, as well as the keynote speech by Mr. Alexander Sidorenko on priorities for aging policies in the UNECE region. We then had our 3 expert panels on promoting active and healthy aging throughout life, ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families, and the third one on mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. Then this morning, we started with a presentation of the draft declaration. As had been announced on Thursday, we distributed the text, including the technical correction in paragraph 15, and then we later on distributed a change of technical nature in paragraph 6E and 33. We also heard the presentation of the joint declaration of civil society and scientific research. Following on from there, we had the high-level panel discussions between ministers and civil society representatives, followed by the ministerial roundtables later on today on ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families, and then mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. Before then, moving on to the adoption of the declaration. Next slide, please. Joining forces for solidarity and equal opportunities throughout life, with the 3 main goals pronounced as promoting active and healthy aging throughout life, ensuring access to long-term care and support for carers and families, and finally, mainstreaming aging to advance a society for all ages. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lisa. And now I ask the conference to approve the decisions included the report. I have to ask, do you all agree with the decisions? No one against? Perfect. Well, just before I hand over my role to Italy, I will shortly open the floor to Lydia Bratanova, who doesn't need any introduction.
Thank you, Minister. I asked for the floor. It was not included in the program, but I have to thank several people. First of all, I would like to say that my thanks go on behalf of the small secretariat that came from Geneva to service your meeting. And these are Lisa, you saw Lisa, but also Valeria, Tamara, and Caroline sitting over there. We have different age groups, but on average we are young and strong, and we survived that. But I should mention, as I mentioned at the beginning, I have to mention at the end that our dear colleague Vitalia Gaukaite, who was supposed to be here and to be her last ministerial, because she'll be retiring at the end of the month, though she was not present physically, believe me, she was present virtually. Not only that she was watching what we were doing, but she will say, well, there are not enough people in the room, you should not start, wait for 5 minutes. Or, where are you? Please, the flag doesn't look good, please adjust it. So, Vitalia, thank you for all the guidance. Of course, there were even more serious discussions. So her spirit was in the room. And of course, we have to, on behalf of the Secretariat, I have to thank our partners from Italy. And the number is very long. At the beginning, yeah, I even couldn't, I was asking, what was your name? What is your name? I was writing, and then, because so many from 2 ministries were involved. And we started preparing this nearly a year ago. And you can imagine how much effort, probably you don't know because you've seen the end. But there were ups and downs and happiness. But in my view, this led us to developing real friendships. So I can say, I believe my colleagues from Italy also can say, that I believe in some ministry in Italy now I have new friends. And I believe this will continue, and Elena is nodding. So thank you very much, all the team from Italy. And of course, I would like to thank the member states. At the UN Secretariat, we often say that the Secretariat, okay, we do, but we are nothing without member states. We are there to facilitate your work, to take the right decisions. So you are supporting us, you are guiding us, and you engage in our activities. And I would like to thank all participants and the ministers and at various levels participants that you were very active and engaged. You were coming in time with some delays, but still acceptable. And you were very supportive throughout the whole process. Thank you very much to all of you. And finally, our chair and the vice chairs. Because in the Secretariat we may advise, but at the end we say, well, Minister, you decide. Whenever it is difficult. It is easy decisions we can take ourselves, but when it becomes a bit tricky, we say, okay, now you decide. Thank you, all of you, and I think we can have a relaxing evening tonight. And now back to our host.
Thank you.
I'll speak in Italian, okay?
Okay.
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this ministerial conference. After 3 days full of hints, opinions, suggestions concerning aging. Thanks to these days, the governments of our countries will have the chance to think about future policies, not only in view of the next 5 years, but in particular for a necessary cultural change, allowing to acknowledge the demographic dynamics of our countries in order to enhance the essential contribution of older people to our societies. This conference represented for all of us a great opportunity. An opportunity to learn each other, to grow, both in terms of content and in terms of human relationship. After 2 years of pandemic, as we often said, a pandemic which tested hardly our society, older people in particular. It was a great honor for the Italian government to have the chance to host this conference, this ministerial conference on aging, UNECE conference, during this special time when there is a special need to confirm the need to uphold, respect, and promote human rights. In particular, those of the most fragile people, as old people are. So let me conclude by thanking warmly the Executive Secretary, Olga Yerova, the UNECE Secretariat, the Standing Working Group on Aging in Geneva, and in particular, I would like to thank Lydia, Vitalia, Lisa, Valeria, and Edmundo for the outstanding and constant coordination work they have been carried out during the latest months. A special thank to my team for the exceptional teamwork and for the strong commitment in order to have a successful conferences. I thank the colleagues from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, the representative of INAP and IRCA, for being precious partners in organizing this event. It was a huge organizational effort for Italy, and that shows the importance of this topic for the political agenda in our country. It also shows the will to set up a network in order to develop rights of all the people in our continent. I thank you all, ministries, national delegations, participants coming from the third sector and from the scientific community. I thank you for the remarkable contribution to this conference. A special thank you to the interpreters who helped our communications. Thank you all, and have a safe journey back home. And the interpreters, thank you back.
That's it. They like it so much, they stayed.
Really? They don't want to go. They like it so much, they want to